call to order the Finance Committee meeting of Monday, October 9th, 2023, and ask staff to please call the roll.
Council President Curry. Oliver Veer.
Here.
Alder Vitiver. Can't hear you.
Looks like you
We'll
might be
come
having
back
an
to
audio
Alder
issue.
Vitiver. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Vitiver.
No, we still can't hear you, Alder. If for what it's worth, the Zoom update messed with a lot of people's settings.
Oh, either
Try
way,
selecting a different input for your microphone. It's a little up arrow next to your microphone. That might be a quick solve.
Council President Curry.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
All right. Alder Vitiver, as a workaround, wave at us if you have something to say. In the meantime, the Stefan will help you to figure that out. Just before we get started, I want to note that we have our regular agenda items, and then we have the budget briefing, which is item 19. And as part of item 19, at 5:30, we have a joint meeting with the Dane County Personnel and Finance Committee regarding public health's budget. So that will be the briefing on the public health budget, and it will happen at 5:30, sort of regardless of where else we are in our agenda. So I may ask for a motion to table whatever we're in the middle of and go on to public health and then go back to the rest of our agenda, depending on how long anything else takes us. But just wanted folks to have a heads up on that. So our first item is general public comment. I have no registrants for general public comment. I do have registrants for a few of the other items. So we'll go on to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals from members of the body on any items on today's agenda? Seeing none, then we'll go on to the consent agenda. We have registrants wishing to speak on items 5 and 18. Are there other items that, and then of course we'll exclude item 19. Are there any other items that members of the body wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about agenda item number 12, please.
Item 12 will be excluded. Are there any other items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Going once, going twice. Alder Vitiver, we still can't hear you. Item 1, item 18. Item 18. Yep, we have a speaker on item 18, so that will be excluded. Alder Vitiver, anything else? No. All right, last call for exclusions from the consent agenda. Seeing none, then President Curry, could I get a motion, please?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Can I get a second, please? Anyone can second.
Second.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. All right, the consent agenda is moved and seconded with the exclusion of items 5, 12, 18, and 19. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the recommendations as noted on the agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And so that will take us to item 5. Item 5 is Legistar 80099, authorizing the purchase of property at 305 South Bedford from Dane County for future assemblage with Brittingham Park. On item 5, we have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Ellen Tergassen of District 12, to be followed by Alex Saludos. Do we have Ellen?
Yes, we do. Here we go. Ellen, you
What?
should be unmuted.
Yes, okay, thank you. And I'm happy to be able to speak tonight, and also I'm happy to see that Alder Revere is here to speak about this as well. When I read I'm a small business owner at the neighboring building, 301 South Bedford, and when I read the resolution, there were 2 areas that I think merit a second look or more discussion. And one is the fact that the building of 305 South Bedford, the property that's being purchased, the building itself isn't mentioned in the resolution at all. It talks about exposition that would add approximately 5,000 square feet of park and open space to the downtown area. In the course of the summer and into the fall, we've had conversations with Alder Vivier and Superintendent Knepp about the building itself, and very much trying to avoid the demolition of the building that maybe was considered earlier in the spring. And we had a meeting on September 7th, and the conclusion was that the building would be assessed for structural integrity, and then if passed, be repurposed for the parks. And the fact that that is what was agreed upon, or what we understand, and the building has been cleaned up pretty much from the vegetation and the misuse that it has suffered through several years. But there's no mention of the building itself. And also the funding for the acquisition of the building would come from the Parks Acquisition Fund, but the funding for the rehabilitation of the building and the reuse of the building would probably have to find other funding. So I just thought that could be something that could be amended or added to the text of the resolution. And then the other clause that I wanted to speak about was the clause referring to the parking easements. It is in the city's interest to acquire the property, and the elimination of the parking and driveway easement. The building that I work in, 301 South Bedford, has a parking easement just to the rear of 305 South Bedford. And also in meetings we've had with Alder Vivier, we were assured that parking would stay for 301 South Bedford. I assume as long as it's under the same ownership, or until perhaps the building of the tunnel at Bassett Street, or at Broome Street. But that's several years down the line. And that also is not mentioned in this text. So when I read the text, I don't see any exclusion of the fact that 301 South Bedford would have their parking easement kept and respected, and not interfered with.
Mayor, that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alex Saludos of District 5. Alex?
I am not seeing an Alex with us.
Okay. Then are there any questions for the registrant? Seeing none, then can I get a motion, please, on item 5?
Move to adopt.
Is there a
Second.
second? Moved and seconded to adopt item 5. Are there questions for staff? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the testimony from Alan. I wanted to ask Superintendent Knapp if he could please briefly respond to the concerns articulated by the registrant.
Certainly. Alder Revere. Hold on one second. There we go. Happy to do so. So the first point is the resolution doesn't reference other easements that are farm property rights for a separate property, that being 301. We could certainly look at modifying that. Certainly, to be very clear, nothing about this transaction changes the existing rights of 301 as it relates to access to the park, parking easement, or the parking easement on parkland, or the access across there on what is currently 305 property. That easement would still be in force and available for their benefit. As it relates to the timing of things, it's certainly going to be quite a while till we have an underpass, if you will, that we would contemplate connecting to, but certainly better connectivity is one of the goals of this acquisition. As it relates to then the building, we've said, and at the neighborhood meeting, and we've said multiple times, I think, could certainly look at trying to embed that in some language, some way in a resolution, but adaptive reuse of the building is a possibility. We're just reluctant, given the condition we know it's in, to affirm what that looks like or for sure that's possible. That's going to have to be something we evaluate. As was referenced, the city Parks Division has actually worked to secure the building and deal with vegetation that had been long outstanding, even though we don't yet own the property, just to try to get it to stop it from the duress that was under with an unsealed envelope. But I didn't hear the other questions. If there were, Alder, I apologize, but I think those are the two main ones. Is there something else I can address?
No, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for staff? If not, we do have our other resident who wished to speak, who is on the Zoom now. Is there any objection to going back to public comment? Seeing no objection, Alex Saludos of District 5 for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I turned in some slides very late. I don't know if it's possible to use those or not.
I don't think so, Alex.
All right, thanks. We've got a fabulous park system. I think they do a great job. I value our parks. I don't think this makes sense financially. You're looking at the expense to purchase the property. What you're not seeing in the Legistar file is the lost revenue from the property taxes by taking this over the useful life of the building. That's over $10 million in lost property tax revenue. In addition, the Parks Department put together a fabulous long-range plan that identified gaps in the city where parkland is needed. This is not one of them. It's a pricey piece of land at $600,000+ for 1/8 of an acre. It's in the range of $5 to $6 million an acre. It's if you look at it from an aerial photo, a very, very small sliver in a very funky area of the park. And finally, it's a fabulous building that represents the architecture and the industrial commercial uses in the 4th Ward during that period. I think it's in the city's best interest to keep it in private hands, so the building, which is just a beautiful gem, can remain. And we realize millions and millions of dollars in property tax revenue from it. So I think we need to focus on buying parkland where it's needed, and it just doesn't make financial sense considering the cost and the lost tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our final registrant? If not, we'll go back and see if there are additional questions for staff or if there's discussion. Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mayor. So to just explain this resolution a little further for my colleagues, as probably many of you recall, a similar resolution was before us and before the council earlier this year as a result of a U.S. Supreme Court decision of its last term. Dane County Corporation Council advised that they felt that the sales price that we had agreed to with the county was insufficient. Thus, the need for this additional resolution and the additional funding from the Parkland Acquisition Fund. In terms of the concerns articulated by the two registrants, both of them did attend the meeting that was primarily attended by the businesses that are tenants in the adjacent building at 301 South Bedford Street. The concerns that were articulated to the committee this evening are very similar to those that were conveyed to myself and the park superintendent at that meeting. Both of us, both Eric and I, gave assurances to everyone present, again, including both registrants, that the city, namely the Parks Division, has absolutely no plans to redevelop this property anytime soon whatsoever, including any modifications to the parking, which it seems to me is the primary concern of the adjacent businesses, is the loss of surface parking there. So with all that said, I will confer with park staff and city attorney's office staff to see if any amendments might be in order between now and the council meeting of October 17th to provide additional reassurances to those concerned here. But I certainly am not prepared to offer any amendments in this meeting tonight. But again, just wanted to make clear to all stakeholders that nothing whatsoever has changed from our intent and our promises articulated at that meeting last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on item 5? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 5. And that will take us to item 12, which is Legistar 79408, authorizing a process for the percent for art projects for State Street Campus Garage, and establishing an ad hoc committee on item 12. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Revere, you had questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I haven't had a chance to see if our arts administrator is on the meeting or not. So either for Karen Wolf, if she's present, or for the sponsor of the resolution, the alder from the 6th district. Several weeks ago, when the resolution was first introduced, I approached the alder of the district, Alder Bennett, and the sponsor of the resolution with concerns from the Campus Area Neighborhood Association as to the compensation of the committee as proposed in the resolution. And I'm wondering if there's been any follow-up since that conversation, and if there's been any thought to amending the composition of the committee.
Alder, I don't see anybody from the arts staff here. But it's a long list of staff, so I'm scrolling.
Yes, thus my lack of confirming whether or not Karen's able to join us.
It doesn't look like it. So I think it's up to the Alder from the 6th if she'd like to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Alder Revere, for the question. It was my impression that Alder Bennett did propose some changes, and I thought we submitted them. So if they're not here, I will go back and confer with staff about that, because those concerns were heard, and I think Juliana also wanted some changes. So I will follow up and find out.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alder Rommel. And so thank you, Mayor, and perhaps a substitute will be before us at our next council meeting on this item. I have no objection to proceeding to approve the original, recommend the approval of the original tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, on item 12, it's been moved and seconded. Then is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. That will bring us to item 18, which is Legistar 80106, amending the 2023 capital budget regarding the Public Works contract for the Madison Public Market. On item 12, somehow I have lost the registrants. Hold on. The registration system is not giving me everybody. Sorry, folks. Give me a minute here.
Is that the registrant for item 18?
Yeah, I'm sorry, for 18.
Yep. First
Yep.
we have Alder Latimer Burris.
I got it now. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Alder Latimer Burris, I know you see you're on the line. Since you are an ex officio member of the committee, you're welcome to participate in the discussion, but I don't think it's appropriate for you to do public comment. So feel free to add your comments in to the discussion once we get started. So that means that we have one person registered to speak, Alex Saludos of District 5. Alex?
Just coming on here. Hold on just a second.
You're good, Alex. You're unmuted.
Okay. Any chance you can get those slides up?
Alex, I don't think that we are prepared to do slides in the Finance Committee.
All right. Some of the committees will take slides to submit. So just a second here.
You're welcome to share them with alders separately.
Okay. Thanks. Just a second. I didn't think it was going to come up so quick after the last one. I saw some other things on the agenda. Hold on just a second here while I get those notes up.
Oh, we do have a pretty hefty agenda, Alex. So
I appreciate it. I understand. I love the public market. I think it's a fabulous idea. I spent a great deal of time going through the record back to like 2012, trying to see what due diligence was done and what financial analysis was done of a mixed use market. I know you looked at one at the corner of First in East Washington where you were going to buy a condo in a mixed use development. The finances of that are dramatically different from doing a mixed use development on property the city owns. When you stand back as a property owner and a good steward of our resources, this is a horrible underutilization of the site. For example, the Park and Badger redevelopment you're looking at is 600 dwelling units plus a fire station. That's 14,000 square feet plus a 30,000 square foot clinic on a 4-acre site. The site you're looking at for the public market, if it was developed to a similar intensity as the adjacent project, which was just finished, over the next 50 years, it would generate over $80 million in tax revenue for the city, the schools, and the county. It would generate over $33 million for the city alone. And then you'd have the sale of the development rights, which in the urban core start at $20,000 a dwelling unit. That would generate almost $6 million right up front in revenue from the sale of the development rights on the site. So I think the public market is fantastic. I'm just at a loss as a taxpayer why, given the demand for housing and what's happening elsewhere, this is such a low intensity use on the site. And I think it's in our long-term best interest to go back to the drawing board, frankly. If we have to spend a little bit more money because the construction costs in a mixed-use development, I think that's more than paid off for by the benefits of the sale of the air rights and the tax revenue. I just don't see by any stretch of the imagination how this financially makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of other folks registered as available to answer questions. And on the Zoom, are there questions for any of our registrants on item 18? Alder Vitever?
Okay, we're going to try this. Does it work? Okay. Do we have, I also am not looking at the registrant list, so if we have someone from the foundation who could just give us super quick overview of, it's been a long history, but like just they can themselves to 3-minute history of the overview of the site selection, that'd be awesome.
Sure, Alder, it looks like we have Karen Crossley, James Shulkin, and Willa Aldstadt are all here from the foundation. Between the three of you, I'm not sure who wants to answer the Alder's question. James?
Yes, if you could repeat the question, though, I appreciate it.
I think the Alder is looking for a brief summary of the site selection and how we got to where we are.
Sure, happy to. I'll do the best I can. My understanding is that the site selection process occurred many, many years ago, and there was a study done on behalf of the city, and I believe it was the Project for Public Spaces, and this might have occurred probably 12 years ago. And they looked at 3 different locations around the city, the south side, the north side, and then this particular location. There was a study done by the Project for Public Spaces based on something called the Huff Index model, I believe. And it considered all kinds of socioeconomics of each of those 3 regions, and the amount of individuals who would benefit from food-related services in that particular area, as well as income levels of the people in that area. And it was found that this particular location, with the benefit of having the building available, really an ideal building, that the recommendation by this outside consulting group was to choose this particular location over the other areas of the city. And that was adopted by the Common Council, I believe, at that time.
Right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for any of the registrants on this item?
Oh, I would just add that is very much written up in the business plan that exists and is still current for the project.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, then on item 18, a motion, please.
To adopt.
Alder Rummel, is that a second?
I didn't hear it.
It's a question. So it's moved. Is there a second?
Was what moved, the original version 1 or version 2?
What's on the agenda, which I assume is version 1. So
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
thank you, Alder Rummel. Are there questions then on item 18? Seeing, Alder Madison.
Yeah, I do just I'm hoping someone, whether it's, I believe it's Brian Cooper or Matt, can just again explain. I don't know if this is the right time for it, but at minimum, explain the difference between the two where it comes to cost and what you get for one or the other.
Only slightly awkward to talk about something that's not before us, but perhaps if somebody wanted to move a second version, then it would be before us and the comparison would be relevant.
Well, at minimum, can you explain what's included in version 1?
Brian?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Finance Committee. So Brian Cooper in the Facilities Group at City of Madison. So, excuse me, in the version 1 of the resolution, it contemplates adding $3,279,755 to the Economic Development Division's capital improvement plan. And included in that, beyond just the original conceived project, would actually be the entirety of the originally conceived project. And what I mean by that is all the base construction for the project, alternate 1 and 2. Alternate 1 are 2 large garage doors at the south hall of the building, which would be these very large glass doors. And then a very large set of windows on the south face of the building. So it would include those 2 alternates, and then it would include the entire furnishing, fixtures, equipment, art startup package that was conceived to complete the project.
Thank you.
Alder Rummel, questions?
I don't have a question. I would like to move the second version so that we can discuss both, if that's appropriate.
All right, Alder Rummel will move the version 2. Is there a second?
Second.
And it's seconded. And I was just going to go back and check the Legistar file. My understanding is that the Board of Public Works recommended the second version. So anyway, for what it's worth, I think that's the recommendation from the Board of Public Works. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to it?
I could. I made the alternate to take the lesser amount and not accept the bid 1 and bid 2 for the south facing doors and windows, and just do the basic close the gap for 1.64 million. I am kind of concerned that since we're facing a lot of potential bids going out in the next months. There are some out now and future ones that, the volatility of the construction market means that we might be getting a lot more things back where our best guess is not going to be sufficient. It already happened with the CDA Village around Park, where we ended up dividing the project so that it would be more manageable. And I'm also worried that it's a 15-vote item. And when I thought about it more deeply, what we would not get with this is some 2 garage doors and a new set of window walls, which, I am disappointed too. But it's not been yet mentioned. But thanks to Alders Madison and Vitiver, they reached out to the county, and there is in the process for them to add $1 million to contribute, like they also contributed last year. So with that in mind, I thought, well, that $1 million could go for the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, which also faced a cut when we were figuring out what to let out for bid. So feeling that we would get a lot of the tenant improvements back. I thought we could wait on the improvements to the building, which will maybe need to happen someday, but I thought we could wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver?
I think I have to double unmute. Okay. This is questions for staff. Can we still go there considering where we are?
Yep.
Okay. So Brian, if we could bring you back, could you just talk about the impact of not funding the windows and doors part of the project and what that would mean kind of for what long-term costs there might be and which entity would be responsible for those costs?
Okay, so I think I understand the question. So, in terms of just the actual functioning of the doors, the 2 garage doors that currently exist at the building now, and the windows themselves at the building now that were both contemplated in those alternates, we're not under the impression or understanding that there's like any imminent ending to either one of those items, meaning they're not needing to be replaced immediately. Garage doors are operable, so they do have parts that break, and so there will be some requirements to improve those at some point. What I think if I had to characterize it, they probably fall more on the trying to enhance the space side of things, meaning right now the doors are part of an old fleet facility. They're very opaque. So are the windows. And as part of the project, for a market and a space, the spaces in the market, I think there was a real push to make more transparency between, inside and outside to both activate, the space inside and for people to be able to see outside as well. So I don't think we're in a position where imminent replacement is required. It's more an enhancement of turning a more opaque space that doesn't really have a visual connection to the outside to a better transparent space for more connection to inside and outside. And then you had a second question.
Yeah.
The replacement later.
Yeah. So is it whose responsibility would it be? Would it be the city's or the foundation?
Correct. Yeah. And if Matt McJeski is on this call too, so he can correct me if I'm wrong, but currently it's my understanding the city will continue to own the building. So it'll be a city-owned site and property. And then if there's major capital projects such as garage door replacements or window replacements, those kinds of big capital items, I believe those would be the responsibility of the city of Madison.
Alder Madison, did you have questions?
Yep. Questions for, I believe, Brian and then Matt. But I guess, so if it's the responsibility of the city, so if later on, 5 years, 10 years, 6 years, the windows and the doors need to be replaced. And it's my understanding that today's price that we got in the bid could not be tomorrow's price or 5 years from now price. Is that correct for those things?
The current prices we have for the 2 alternates that we've been talking about, the garage doors and then and the windows, as we kind of talked about in the Board of Public Works meeting, the price we see on bid day is can only be held until October 24th. If we do these in the future, like as a change order or just sometime down the road, 5-10 years down the road, it's highly likely they'll be more costly than currently shown in the bid price. I wouldn't guarantee that they're going to be higher, but it's likely that they would be higher.
And then
just given where we're at with the construction market
Gotcha.
these days.
And then that would, I believe, on the last, I think it was the Public Market Committee, one of the two, that will also require, if we were to come back 5 years from now and ask for the cost to replace those things, that would also have to come back to the council. Is that right, or am I wrong?
If there was a request to fund those projects,
Yeah, so if we're seeing that those things need to be replaced, we've hit a point where it's time to replace it. They're,
Yeah.
not up to par.
correct? Yeah. Yes, it would be, I think it would be very similar to any other city building that the city owns. At some point, much like we do with fire stations, police stations, et cetera, our group and the facilities group would probably need to start laying out, a replacement plan for certain parts of the building that often need replacement. I would not expect it with these windows, but at some point, those garage doors would likely need to be replaced.
Thank you. And then for Matt, I just wanted, if you wouldn't mind giving us an overview of how it would work for us to go back and ask for TIF funding or TID funding.
Sure. Thank you, Alder. Good evening, everyone. As I think everyone knows, the TIF Joint Review Board has already authorized $11.5 million for the public market out of TID 36. TID 36 is a very healthy TID. It would certainly have the capacity to pay additional funding towards this project. To do so, we would need the permission of the TIF Joint Review Board, and that's about a 4-month process with notice given to the public, a plan commission hearing, finance committee, council approval, and then joint review board approval. So if one of these versions is approved by the Common Council, we would add that to our work plan, likely to work on in early 2024. And we would approach the joint review board with a request to swap out what is currently contemplated as GO debt with TID cash from TID 36.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, did you have questions? Alder, I think you might need to unmute on your end. It looks like you're unmuted on our side. Oh, maybe not. I think it's *6 to unmute yourself.
There you go. Yep.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and so, Matt, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. So when we're talking about the TID and TIF district, the number 36, we're talking about it coming out of District 6 and District 12 for that on either project, and then also with the and this came up at the Public Market Committee, which did recommend unanimously to go ahead with the alternate two. It was raised that there are, with things coming down from the federal government, with the infrastructure and, small business structures and funding that were coming down, there's a possibility to do something different, do something creative. What that is, we don't know right now. And we realized that this project was accelerated in cost because of the economy and the construction costs, that they, overall people expect, that sooner than later, one day they'll level out. Right now we're in a high period for construction costs. So I just wanted to say that I am in support of the market and in support.
Alder, is there a question here? We're still in questions.
Oh, okay. So I guess you can just come back to me when you're ready to, where I can make a statement. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yep.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Matt, I'm not sure if there was a question there, but feel free to respond if you think there was. And if not, Alder Mahilihi, did you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is, the price for the replacement for the window on the garage, the estimated cost is up to 2024. Is that correct for Matt or other person facility?
The cost, just the incremental cost for those two items, Alder?
Yes.
Matt or Brian?
Oh, I'm sorry, Alder. When I said 24, I meant October 24th, not the year 2024. So this October 24th coming up.
So this October 24th. So if the amendment is not approved, then there's no way we can lock in those prices, can we?
There's not. I will say we have done alternates in the past, and then we ask for a change order after the construction contract is executed. Most often, the change order price is not too much higher than bid day pricing. So we haven't seen massive increases, but I would say in every case, after the construction contract is signed, there's usually cost increases and for very legitimate reasons a lot of times.
Thank you. And with this two, amendment, either one, if it's approved, when is that contract due or approved?
With either amendment, the city would need to send an award letter. There would have to be an approval by the council on October 17th, and the city would need to send the contract award letter by October 24th to the awarding contractor in order to lock in that contract with that contractor and the pricing that they provided on bid day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other Rummel questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Brian Cooper. It's kind of a side question, but thinking about Alex Saludos's question about could we have built something on this building to do a mixed use, and I honestly don't remember the Public Market Development Committee ever contemplating adding a structure onto that parcel, and I'm just wondering if you have any paper napkin recommendations about the viability of that building for that. Is that a potential?
Alder, I don't actually. I would just be highly speculative at this moment right now. I don't really have a good answer for that.
Okay, and thank you. And I just would also point out that parcel has other buildings on it, correct? Could you sort of walk around the site and tell people what else is there? And
Sure. Yes. Okay. So of course there's the main building, which is the former fleet garage, which is about 45,000 square feet. So that's the big building that everybody sees on the site at the corner of First Street and Johnson. Just to the, I guess, west of that is northwest of that facility. There are there's a city refueling station there. So gasoline, diesel, and a little gas shack there for just utility purposes associated with the gas shack. And then if you kind of travel to the southwest portion of the site that borders the adjacent new mixed use building that was just finished at the corner of East Washington and First Street, there are two which are sort of kind of like metal warehouse buildings, I'll call it. One is just a cold storage building that Fleet used to use and the city continues to use for cold storage. And then there's also the Madison Police Department's, there's one of their property and evidence facilities is also on the site. And that's, a conditioned facility.
And this is again a hypothetical, but I believe the police department is looking to create one location for their storage. So is it possible to say at some future point, at least some of this parcel might be open for redevelopment?
I don't know the answer to that, Alder. Like at this point, I haven't really heard any conversation about anything like that. But I guess it's always a possibility, I suppose.
Got to think ahead. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions? Seeing no other questions, then what's before us is version 2, and we'll move on to discussion. Alder Latimer Burris.
Okay, did I unmute myself?
You did.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to say that I am in support of the public market. I think it merits our support And yet, with the alternate, I think it says to the public that we can do this in a fiscally responsible way, all things considered. I know, hearing back from my constituents and looking at things, people want to have the public market, and we are, like all of us are personally, always looking at costs and saying, do we need to do this now? So I always likened it to remodeling your house. It's like, I would like to have, perfect hardwood floors, but I might do something else until I can get there and afford to do that. So I think that we need to support the people who have dedicated just like decades almost of their time and efforts doing the analysis, trying to get this right, that staff and the small business and micro businesses that will come up, previous alders, including Alder Syed Abbas, who of course was District 12, which I replaced. I think that we have an opportunity to create a food gateway and entrepreneurship in the most unique way that we don't even know what's possible as we get along, but we need to get going. And so I was pleased that the Public Works and the Public Market Committee recommended unanimously to proceed with the alternate. I think it supports District 12 residents. It supports District 6, which I'm so appreciative of Alder Rummel taking lead with this because she has a depth of experience and details and knows how to navigate the nuances. And I know that she deeply cares overall about the project and the people involved. And also, for the alders that, have done work such as Alder Madison and, Bitavere, and myself as well. So I'm hoping that we're going to create a space and build a space, just like we've done with a variety of projects that makes Madison wonderful, from the neighborhood center, State Street. I could go down the list. Bike path, food carts, Monona Terrace. I could go on, but why? I think that it will be an opportunity to connect us all, and from the south side to the north side, and hopefully connect us at council. And it won't create a new precedent of what happens, in people's districts. So I appreciate your consideration, and I would ask for your support for the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bittiver?
Am I unmuted? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was doing double, and now I think I only need to do single. Anyway, so I just want to remind my colleagues about where we were 1 year ago. So 1 year ago, we put forward a proposal to have a $6 million in TIF funding for this project. And again, in the name of fiscal responsibility, that was ultimately brought down to $4.5 million. And we had put forward that $6 million because we understood the construction overruns were likely. So obviously we're in a different place now. We have the bid and all of that, and the 1.67 amount will cover the underlying basic construction cost. So certainly if this is the direction that we need to go, we need to go. I just want to recognize that there's that old phrase, being penny wise and pound foolish. I would really not want to see things coming back to council in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years to have to redo things that we could have done now. And unfortunately, I'm realizing that we didn't have the discussion about the furnishings and where that money is going to come from. And if that's going to come from the foundation, then that's going to be more burden on them, and perhaps it should be. But those are all things that have to be considered. So just want to recognize that, the full amount is really what's needed for the full project. Understanding that the alternate is a viable path, but really want folks to think broadly about this being a truly successful project.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want, of course, second what Alder Vittiver is saying, but also ask that us going to the county asking for $1 million in partnership for their continued partnership and to up their partnership a bit more. That did pass personnel and finance, but it does not come back to their full board until after we meet on the 17th. I believe they meet on the 19th. And there's no guarantee that that will pass their full board. We feel good about it, but that's still no guarantee. So for me, it's like, I think both of us and others too, this is more so not, we don't want to put the public market in a position where we get to say, I told you so. Because folks are always saying they keep coming back, but at minimum, from last year to this year, it is because we helped to put them there to a degree. And I just really don't want to continue to put them there much further. So for us, it's mostly about, can we just get them to a point where this is whole and we're not continuing to sort of like send them in at 70%, 75%, 80%, almost there, but not quite there. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. What's before us is version 2. It's been moved and seconded. I anticipate there might be some disagreement on this one, so we'll go to a roll call. All those in favor of version 2, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, then staff will please call the roll.
Council President Curry,
Well,
Alder Revere,
Aye.
Alder Vitever,
No?
Alder Madison,
No.
Alder Evers, Alder Evers, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Aye. Thank you. Alder Rummel,
Aye.
With the 3-3 tie, the
3-3.
motion will fail. And hearing no further discussion, Alder Vitever?
So are we back to the main motion then?
We're back to the main motion,
Thank
which is version 1. Is there further discussion? Nope, seeing no further discussion then on version 1. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and Dave will please call the roll.
Council President Curry,
no.
Alder Revere,
Aye.
Alder Vitever,
Aye.
Alder Madison,
Aye.
Alder Evers,
Aye.
Alder Rummel.
Alder Rummel, we didn't hear you.
Said aye.
That's 5 ayes, Mayor.
With 5 ayes, the first version will pass, and that will take us to item 19, which is our operating budget briefing, and it is exactly 5:31. So, Dave, shall we go to the joint meeting with the county?
Yes.
I see Supervisor Wright is here. Supervisor Wright? I'm not sure. I see there's a number of supervisors in the attendees list.
Yep, I'm gonna promote them right now.
Thank you very much. And forgive me for not knowing this, but who is chairing on your side?
Our chair is Liz Doyle.
Excellent. Thank you.
I
believe that
this is
Supervisor
Vice-
Erickson's.
This is Vice Chair Chuck Erickson, and I'm chairing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Erickson. Good to see you.
Good to see all of you.
And appreciate you guys doing this with us. So it looks to me like we have all of the supervisors promoted, and we have Janelle here. So Janelle, do you want to go ahead with your briefing?
Sure. Thanks, everyone. Okay, there's the slide. So some of you.
I'm sorry, Janelle, before you go ahead, Supervisor Erickson, do you need to call roll or anything on your side? We're already in session, but I realize that you might need to formally start. So Supervisor Erickson, I'll defer to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. We need to call a roll, so Chuck Hicklin will do that.
Okay, Chair Doyle is excused. Erickson?
Here.
Miles? Here. Rose, he's excused. McCarville,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
Castillo,
Here.
Veldran. I think he was attempting to get in, but was having difficulty with the Zoom update. Supervisor Wright.
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're done with that. We can proceed.
Thank you, Supervisor Erickson. Appreciate it. Now, Janelle, I will turn to you for your briefing.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks to my colleagues for letting me sneak in ahead of you to be able to support this joint meeting. So part of what you'll hear, some of you may have already heard this when I presented to the county board, but a brief overview of our budget for this year. The 2024 budget will be about $34 million. You can see the breakdown here. Included in that budget remains a good bit of ARPA funding that came through both from the city to support the initiatives outlined in the bullets below, as well as funds we directly received from the state, from the federal government, passed through from the state to support COVID activities. The budget continues to support, the majority of those funds are used to support some project positions that we hired to support us in the response and through recovery through 2024. The budget also includes additional amount of that fund balance to support some additional LTEs, primarily for COVID activities, doing immunizations, supporting some remaining case management services. So those are just some highlights. A reminder that a good chunk of our funding goes away at the end of 2024. Next slide, please. So what we proposed, always a little bit different for public health for this compared to some of the city departments, aligned with what you'll see from the rest of the county departments. We proposed 3 supplemental requests for 2024. 2 of those are in our environmental health division. The first is a fee increase for a well and septic program. We are an agent of the state, so we provide this service as a contract for the state so that we can assure that there's swift response to our local residents. The majority of this work happens within the county. There are very few well and septic systems in the city of Madison. I have a proposed fee chart I can share out, but about 700 folks may be impacted by an increase in these fees on an annual basis. Then we are also asking for to use our license establishment revenue, those fees, to create a manager position to help with span of control. Currently, we have 19 staff to 1 supervisor in that program. And that program also has a fairly significant administrative burden in addition to the staff management and service delivery. So we're really hoping that that will help support better quality of customer and staff service and support. And then finally, we're asking for support in creating 2 new medical interpreter Spanish positions. We came to this request after reviewing the costs that continued to increase for our medical interpreter contract. We budgeted $78,000 in 2022, 2023. We were at over $110,000, and we're hoping to capture some of those costs for not continuing to go up, as well as to create more sustainable resources within the department to be able to support our clients more effectively by having in-house positions. So that's the summary of the major changes and requests. No major changes, I should say, outside of the requests that you see in front of you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Janelle. Are there questions from alders or supervisors on the public health briefing? Alder Vitever?
Now, can you help us understand, so at the end of the ARPA funds, what will things look like in terms of PFAS for the area?
Well, that's a large question. I guess what might you be referring to? So currently we had some funding that supports community contracts to support community engagement around the impact of PFAS in the environment and how that may be related to their health concerns. Those contracts will go away. We have some limited staff capacity that can support kind of broad public messaging, outreach, and education at the, I would say, a very high level, but not at the sufficient staff for more neighborhood community engaged at a regular basis. That's a general summary. We could talk for a long time about that. So
I think that was enough for now. My other question for you was around the language translation and just what are the primary languages that are in need in our area?
Well, we are asking for the creation of bilingual Spanish interpreters, but our Spanish, Mandarin, and Hmong are the three kind of leads. We feel we're able to sufficiently address the Mandarin and Hmong needs right now. And then there are a number of languages of lesser diffusion for folks who are more newly arriving here from a variety of Europe and Africa, different communities, countries there. But we're able to meet those needs so far with the contract interpreter program that we work with.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for Janelle on her briefing?
I'm not seeing any on our end.
All right. If not, then I understand that on the county side, you all have noticed amendments and can discuss them. On our side, we have not noticed those, so we're not able to discuss anything further on this, which I think means that we can let you reconvene as your own meeting, not as part of ours. But is there any other joint business?
We don't have any. Nope, there's nothing for us. So.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Erickson.
We'll have a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. That passes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So then on the Finance Committee side, we are back on to item 19, which is the rest of the operating budget briefings. And Christine, did you want to do a little orientation first?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Right before this meeting, I sent all alders some of our overview slides, and Dave and I will review that now before jumping into agency briefings. So this overview has 3 sections. First, we're going to cover just a general highlights of the executive operating budget, including summaries of revenues and expenses, the property tax rate, and the strategies used to balance the budget and close the gap this year. We'll present on some of the central agency budgets, which include debt service, direct appropriations, insurance, workers' comp, as well as the budgets for the Common Council and Mayor's office that don't have separate briefings. And then I'll close out by talking about the timeline and some process reminders regarding amendments. So the total general and library fund executive operating budget is $404.8 million. The general and library funds are the basis of the local property tax levy. So most of the numbers you see in this presentation will refer to the general and library fund unless specifically noted. The city has many funds such as utilities and other enterprise funds, and those generally aren't summed up when we talk about the total revenues and expenses, and they'll be called out specifically in agency briefings. The executive operating budget is $22.4 million greater than the 23 adopted budget, and that's about a 5.9% increase. This table with bullet points just has some of the highlights of the budget. This is included in the executive summary. I'm not going to read through all of the items, but a few key points. We did have citywide reductions in all of the general and library fund agencies. That included a 1% reduction across the board. And agencies can meet that reduction in whatever combination of strategies they wish, and we'll monitor that throughout the year. We also increased the salary savings rate from vacancies from 2% to 3% across the city. And collectively, these two items produce a savings of about $5.4 million. We also have a 6% cost of living adjustment or COLA increase for general municipal employees. 4% will be effective January 1st and 2% will be effective in July. And these increases both close the wage equity gap between GMEs and protective services and maintains wage parity with current negotiated agreements. There's a 3% COLA for protective service based on negotiated agreements. And there's an additional $1.5 million in the clerk budget to host an additional 2 elections in 2024. On the non-personnel side, the big changes are restoring the general fund subsidy to Metro. There was a reduction in 2023 to allow Metro to fully utilize federal recovery funds. And the plan was to restore the subsidy as well as pay back the 23 reduction over the course of 3 years. And 24 is the first of that year. There's an increase into the debt service fund of $2.2 million. $1.8 million in supplemental requests that will be discussed in each of the agency budgets. This supports a limited number of new positions as well as funding for shelter operations and some increases in various contracts. And there is an increase in the room tax support for the general fund share or for the city share of the Henry Viola Zoo and Albright Gardens. When we look at the expenditures by type, this is looking at every single agency. What you see here is consistent year to year. The single largest cost in the city budget is funding personnel. So this includes salary and benefits for the over 3,000 staff and numerous hourlies who keep the city running and provide services. In total, personnel accounts for $253.6 million, or about 63%. The next largest share of the budget is debt service at 16.4%. Non-personnel accounts for 12.4%. This includes purchase services for contracts and supplies. Other, which is 7.5%, includes all of our various transfers to other funds. So this includes the general fund subsidy to Metro, the city share of the county of the public health budget, and the contingent reserve. Agency charges, which is 4.2%, includes billings and charges between agencies to recover costs for services provided. Things like insurance, workers' comp, and fleet, which are all internal service funds, show up in agency charges. And all of these expenses are offset by some modest agency revenues that aren't shown in this pie chart because revenues are expressed as a negative number. But in total, agencies budget for about $13 million in their revenues. Another way to look at expenditures is to break it out by function. So functions are groupings of agencies that provide similar types of services. In this chart, we see that public health and public safety account for the largest share of the budget. So this is the grouping of agencies that includes police, fire, public health, and the Office of the Independent Monitor. This group of agencies accounts for $172 million, or about 43% of the budget. Debt service is the second largest category at about $64 million for the general fund portion. And then the next, you can see the relative size of the agencies by group. Public Works is the third largest, followed by administration, and you can see the numbers from there. One of the more obscure titles is MISC and Direct Appropriation to Capital. This is where we have some of our centrally budgeted functions, including the contingent reserve and direct appropriations. And then just a very high level look at our operating budget revenues. I think we've shared some versions of this pie chart, but our budget is heavily reliant on property taxes. This budget assumes about $286.3 million in property taxes, or 71% of the total budget. Local revenues include pilot payments or payment in lieu of taxes, transfers from the grant fund, which in this case are transfers from ARPA into the general fund, fines, forfeitures, licenses, permits, such as the building permits and other taxes, other local taxes. That's the next largest share at 16% of the total, followed by intergovernmental revenues, which include state aid and a small amount of fund balance. This year, that includes $4 million that were lapsed funds from TID 25, and in total, the fund balance amount for the year is $9.2 million. And I'm going to turn it to Dave to talk about the property tax rate as well as balancing the budget for the year.
Thanks, Christine. So when we talk about property taxes and the property tax rate, and ultimately what that means in terms of the property tax on, for example, the average value home, we start with the property tax levy for the city, for city government services. That's increasing about 4.6%. And just as a reminder, under state law, the total amount of that increase is constrained, and there's a calculation for that based on the value of new construction in the city, while debt service on general obligation debt is outside of that limit. So basically, whatever we need for debt service, we add to the calculation under the levy limit. So that property tax levy is going up by 4.6%. The assessed value in the city, so that's the value of all the property in the city, is the next part of this calculation for the tax rate. And that's going up, again, double digits, 13.5%. And I think that reflects the strength of the local economy and the increase in home prices, the interest in demand for housing in the city. And that is based on current year data that the assessor's office is in the process of finalizing, and with a current estimate of about $40.3 billion of net taxable assessed property. And so when you divide the levy into the assessed value, you get the tax rate. And that rate, because the value of property is going up so much faster than the levy, the tax rate is actually going to go down by almost 8%. And so to a total of what's called 7.11 mils, or about 7/10% in terms of that rate multiplied by the value of the property. Next slide. We do have strong growth in the allowable property taxes this year, up $12.6 million at 4.6%. You can see in the bar chart there the comparisons of the components between the 2023 budget, the current year budget, and then what's proposed for 2024. Starting at the bottom, that's the net new construction calculation. You can see it's not much different from last year or the current year to next year. Next, under 2023, you'll see there was an adjustment for the town of Madison. That's built into the base now for 2024, and so that's not a component of the allowable increase. We did close a couple of tax increment districts, and under the levy limit calculation, we do get to add a little bit of levy limit associated with that closure. We have then debt service that's paid by other funds. And so that in effect is capacity for the levy that supports operating activities. And then the sort of top part of the both bars is the general fund debt service. And you can see that that relative share of general fund debt service to other funds debt service did change from 2023 to 2024. And that's just the mix of projects that are being funded from our debt issuance in those 2 years. You can see the time series here, the year-over-year change in the tax levy. The 4.6% is pretty close to the 20-year average of 4.3%. And you can see how that has changed over time. It did spike last year with the debt service plus the town of Madison adjustment and a stronger net new construction, moderating somewhat this year in terms of the overall increase. As I referenced earlier, very strong growth in the overall property value in the city. And that also translates into what we call the average value home. It's going up 12.6% from a little under $377,000 to a little over $424,000. And so we can calculate what that average tax or tax on the average value home is based from that tax rate calculation we just talked about. And no different than in previous years, most of the property in the city is residential, followed by commercial property. Now, commercial property does include multifamily, so apartment buildings and things like that. And then a very small share of the city's tax base comes from manufacturing, agriculture, and personal property. And just a reminder that this is the last year that personal property will be allowed to be taxed under state law. That'll change next year, and change for in effect, the 2025 budget. And then with the state providing aid to cities, towns, villages, and counties and tax increment districts to offset that lost tax base. As I referenced, that average value home, when we multiply that value by the tax rate, that gives us sort of a measure of taxes on the average value home. That average increase over the last 20 years is about 3.5%. And with what's proposed for the levy, the tax levy for the 2024 budget, it's very close to that average, about a 3.7% increase compared to 2023. We've talked about this in prior budgets, and with the effects, the economic effects of the pandemic, starting in 2020 and over the last few years, as you can see here, we've had to use both the opportunity presented by the American Rescue Plan Act and other economic recovery funds to help balance the budget, as well as using some of the city's rainy day fund, or what we call our rainy day fund colloquially, but it's called the general fund reserves. And you can see how the amount that we've applied over the last few years. 2024, we have a little under $10 million from fund balance. And a portion of that is money that's been sitting in the fund balance that was an early distribution from TID 25 before it was closed, about $4 million of that. We are using the remaining American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funding that the City Council in 2021 allocated to support the continuation of government services. That's about $4.4 million. And then we do have about $3.1 million from tax increment districts that have closed, that have surplus revenues. which will be distributed to all the taxing jurisdictions. So the city, Madison Metropolitan School District, Dane County, and Madison College. So altogether, you can see about 16, a little under $17 million of one-time money. This is the last year of the ARPA funding, as well as significant TID surpluses, and the fund balance. We do have that fund balance has increased, and I'll talk about that in a few slides. But we can't continue to draw down fund balance indefinitely. So some definite issues in the future. And this is the next slide, the general fund unassigned balance. So this is what we also call the rainy day fund, kind of the money we have left over at the end of each year. And this is just a long time series of what that fund balances looked like. I'll start with the solid bar that's at 15%. That's the city's policy target. So 15% of reserves relative to the city's overall general fund expenditures. And the line is where we've been at relative to that 15%, either above or below it. And I've just marked off the effects of when major recessions, economic recessions have occurred, and how that's affected fund balance, and also highlighted when the strict state mandated levy limits went into effect, starting with the 2012 budget, as well as limits on the city's ability to allocate room taxes. That started in 2018, and then of course COVID. So we did see that fund balance fall when we applied about $8 million from fund balance in the 2021 budget, but that has recovered. A lot of that is underspending in the budget compared to budgeted expenditure amounts due to staff turnover, as well as some amounts of one-time unanticipated revenues. And so we currently are above 18%. And with this application of fund balance in this budget, that will fall back to about 16 or 17% or so. So there still is some cushion there, which is positive. That's a good sign to help with future budgets, as well as it's a major component of the city's AAA bond rating. Next slide. We've talked about a little bit about this in prior briefings, but just a reminder that there was a major opportunity with this most recent legislative session and the state's biennial budget. Unfortunately, Madison came out of that process, I think, very shortchanged. And the increase for Madison was much less than inflation in terms of shared revenue to the city. And Madison received the lowest increase per capita of really any community in the state. And it was also left out of a very new and novel provision, which for the first time, a city in Wisconsin, namely the city of Milwaukee, will have the ability to levy its own sales tax. Counties in Wisconsin currently have that authority. Milwaukee County got the authority to add to the half-cent allowable sales tax with another add-on to that. And then the city of Milwaukee got this new 2% local option revenues. So Madison continues to both be shortchanged on the state aid side and does not have any sort of options for general revenues beyond the property tax. I thought that you might find this interesting. This is taking a look at revenues to the city's general fund, which is the green bar, the leftmost bar for each of the years. And this is using the methodology that the federal government used in terms of cities and other local governments' eligibility for the state and local federal relief fund money under the American Rescue Plan Act. And it just takes a look at how would your revenue baseline be starting in prior to the pandemic, looking ahead and comparing it to what your actual revenues are. And so Madison in the green bar, that leftmost bar, continues to be below the pre-pandemic levels over the last through 2024. Whereas when you look at the county sales tax and the state sales tax, both were affected early in the pandemic, but have recovered extremely strongly over the last few years. And that's been a big contributor to the state's budget surplus, as well as to significant funding increases for the county. And then again, this is a slide we've used in previous presentations, but this is just a reminder of how limited the city's ability to increase its spending is under the state mandated property tax limits, and the number of measures that have been utilized over the last 12 plus years to balance the budget, including increases in the ambulance fee, when we could avail ourselves of increased room taxes, allocating those. That option went away after 2017. Putting into place new special charges for urban forestry and resource recovery. We redesigned the city employee health insurance plan in 2016. We've closed TIDs. A new vehicle registration fee was put into place in 2020. Using fund balance, and in the early days of the pandemic, furloughs, and the last few years, the true, I think, relief from the American Rescue Plan Act in terms of helping balance the city's budget and continue current city services. And then this forecast was referenced in the executive summary for the executive operating budget, but this is just a look out to the future. And, the fact that a portion of the budget is reliant on one-time revenues to balance 2024. And also that reminder that our baseline revenues just do not keep pace with maintaining current service levels, as well as does not keep pace with the fact that Madison's the fastest growing city in the state. And so this left graph just gives a sense of assuming a 3% wage increase each year and 20 new positions, which is still not enough to keep pace with population growth. Expenditures will exceed revenues by over 75 million 5 years from now. Even if you take away any growth in positions and no pay increases, which again is not sustainable, there's an underlying gap each year of over $30 million. So that's part of the challenge for the future after 2024. All right, turning to some of the few of the agency budgets, as you can see here, centrally budgeted funds, the Common Council, the mayor, and the Office of the Independent Monitor. We'll just walk through those pretty quickly. First, with centrally budgeted funds, obviously debt service, a little under $64 million. And you can see the split there. That does reflect, as I reported to you when the debt was sold a couple of weeks ago, that the city received a reoffering premium that under state law is required to be applied to pay debt service. And by paying debt service, it does reduce the general fund amount necessary for debt service. That in turn creates levy limit authority that does not need to be used for debt service anymore, but under Madison general ordinances, it has to be used for capital projects unless the council, with a 2/3 vote, agrees to use it for operating purposes. And this budget, executive operating budget, continues the practice that was started in the 2020 budget of allocating around 5 to 6 to 7 million of that levy limit capacity for operating purposes. And that is in the 2024 budget. And there will be a separate vote on the night of budget adoption in November to proceed with this approach. Next slide. We also have direct appropriations, or what we call direct appropriations. Those are centrally budgeted costs. We have what's called a compensated absence escrow account, and that's basically to supplement agency budgets for payouts to employees who may retire with sick leave balances or other balances, and that based on current trends, that's increased by $300,000 from $4 million to $4.3 million. Under purchase services, accounting rules require that we set aside budget capacity for encumbrances, basically contracts that have been put into place in the current year, and we expect to have spending in the budget year. We also budget for what are called revenue sharing payments. These are based on land use agreements with adjacent communities. For example, we may annex a parcel of property. We have an agreement to make a payment from property tax revenues to the former community that usually is a town. That's going down dramatically because of the end of the town of Madison. Because of the timing of the compensation study, there was funding put in the 2023 budget for this study and of employee compensation and the entire reclass process in the city. And because of the timing, that funding is being shifted to 2024 when the cost is actually going to be incurred. The contract will probably be in place within the next few weeks. And then the general fund contribution for operation of the Henry Vilas Zoo, which is a contract with the county. We're required to contribute 20% of the net cost of the zoo. And the general fund share of that is going down because the room tax support is increasing. We set aside what's called a contingent reserve for unanticipated costs or emergencies. And we have a policy to maintain that at 0.5% of budgeted expenditures. And based on where increases in the budget, overall budget, we're increasing that amount by $168,000. We have transfers to other funds. That's the general fund debt service payment is a transfer from the general fund to the debt service fund. We also are paying, the general fund has to pay a portion of the affordable housing fund's debt service because effectively that's there's no other revenue source for that. That's going down because we had to kind of catch up on a year in the 2023 budget. We do have that transfer to capital, pay for capital projects. That's about 1.2 million. The transfer, the city's share of the public health department, and then that increase in the subsidy to Metro that Christine referenced earlier, which again is a major increase compared to 2023. And that was done to allow Metro to maximize its capture of federal dollars based on federal rules for how to get federal dollars to support the cost of the transit system. We also budget centrally for property and liability insurance and workers' compensation costs. And these are re-estimates based on claim volumes and based on costs from our insurers in this area. And we also had to increase what's called the net asset goal in our insurance fund to reflect the fact that deductibles have increased from our insurer based on the city's actual claim activity. And that just means we have to have that amount of fund balance at the end of each year. On the workers' compensation side, again, based on claim costs, charges to agencies have increased by about $250,000 to cover that, as well as utilizing some fund balance in that fund. For the Common Council, as I think many of you recall, there was funding put in the 2023 budget for an alder pay increase, which was then not adopted under an ordinance. And so that funding is removed because that increase did not go into effect. And then there was one-time funding for a affordable housing study with the University Alliance, and that's $9,300. In the mayor's office, major initiative to create a new public information officer position as requested by the city's neighborhood resource teams. And so this will fund salary and benefits as well as funding for consulting services and startup costs. And then pursuant to the ordinances, there's a technical adjustment to increase the budget relative to the mayor's increased salary under the ordinance. The Room Tax Commission is separately allocated by the Room Tax Commission, which voted in mid-September on its allocations for 2024. And you can see the amounts here. Room taxes continue to recover strongly and are pretty much back to pre-pandemic levels. And this with about a 4.8 million increase in revenues in 24 over 23, about a 6% increase. It puts in funding for the Convention Visitors Bureau, or otherwise known as Destination Madison, to receive 28% of room tax revenues, and that'll be a part of a contract that'll be before the council soon. There's a small amount of the budget for tourism marketing activities in the city, and this $75,000 increase is for grants to organizations that do arts type work to hire workers to do that work. The major portion of the room tax allocation is to support the operations of Monona Terrace, in addition to revenues it generates from its events. That's increasing by about $566,000. The city provides a subsidy under an agreement between the city and Overture, and that's set at $2.2 million, or about an $85,000 increase. And then a large increase in terms of the city's support from the room tax for the zoo and for Old Brick Gardens. And that helps to offset general fund support for those activities. And so most of this, about $645,000 of this is helping to reduce general fund spending, which then is available for other parts of the budget. And then 30% of room tax revenues go to the general fund, and then that's increasing by about $650,000 as well. Under the American Rescue Plan Act, the City Council had approved a plan in 2021 to basically take the $47 million that the city received from the American Rescue Plan Act's state and local fiscal relief fund, and basically split it equally between community service support programs and government services. And under the community services support activities, there have been some changes since 2021, and 2024 budget makes a few more changes based on what's actually happening in the programs, what can actually be accomplished, as well as making sure that this funding is expended before the deadline set by Congress under the law. And so we're trying to make sure that everything is spent by the first deadline, which is the end of 2024, that all money has to be obligated by then. We do have some concern of what obligated means and possible clawback attempts by Congress in any sort of future budget legislation or something like that. So in the city budget, these concepts of hotel to housing, a renter's choice, or sort of it's a security deposit support program. Both of those did not get much traction in terms of ability to set those programs up. So those, as well as not needing as much funding for emergency rental assistance operations and the consumer lending program, all those funds will be used to help support unsheltered homeless operations, as well as be making sure we spend that money before the end of 2024 by allocating it to some existing contracts with neighborhood centers and employment opportunities. That's one-time money, and that will be then backfilled with city general fund support in 2025. And then also a change in the economic development division to move, again, a program that just has not attracted much interest, vacant storefront art program downtown, to the small business equity and recovery program, $100,000. All right, turn it back over to Christine.
Thanks, Dave. So I just have a few more slides to wrap up that will go through the process for the rest of the briefings and amendments. So in terms of format, it will be similar to the capital briefings where agencies will present 1 to 3 slides that mostly cover highlights and major changes from the current year budget. So agencies might not talk about everything, but we asked them to keep it pretty brief. Alders are welcome to ask questions if you want details about something that wasn't covered. After the briefings that are today and tomorrow, alders can start working on amendments. You can reach out earlier if you already have your ideas. We generally suggest waiting until after you've had a chance to discuss agency budgets in this format. But please reach out to myself, the budget analyst, or the department contact to start working through your ideas and seeing exactly what needs to be included into an amendment to make that a reality. And all of our budget materials are posted online and have been available for a week or so. If you go to cityofmadison.com/budget, you can find the full link here. It's 24 budget, and you go to operating. So as soon as I wrap up here, we will move on to administration with a presentation from HR. Then we'll have public facilities with library and Monona Terrace, followed by public health and safety. So we'll do fire, office of the independent monitor, and police, since public health already went. And then we'll close with public works, with engineering presenting all 4 of their budgets for engineering, landfill, sewer, and stormwater, fleet, parks, and golf, streets, and water. And then we'll recess and then reconvene tomorrow at 4:30. We'll start with municipal court. Then we'll go through the rest of the administration agencies, planning, community, and economic development, and we'll close with transportation. Just a few reminders about the upcoming dates and deadlines for amendments. For the operating budget amendment, the amendment week is Wednesday to Wednesday. So starting this Wednesday, start submitting your ideas. We need them submitted by noon, Wednesday the 18th. It doesn't have to be fully fleshed out, but we need to know that you're at least planning to submit an amendment by next Wednesday the 18th. And we publish the amendments on Friday around noon. So we really need you all to meet this deadline so that we can get the final details in place and have everything ready to be published. The next Finance Committee meeting after tomorrow is October 23rd, and that will be another hybrid meeting in chambers and virtual to deliberate and vote on amendments. After that, the operating budget will be recommended to council for a public hearing, and then we'll open the floor for both capital and operating amendments, going for about 2 weeks from the end of October through November 8th. And similar to the amendment deadlines for operating and capital, your deadline to submit is Wednesday at noon. This time it's November 8th. We'll publish amendments by Friday, November 10th. And then that's the following week, we'll have the Common Council meetings on the 14th, 15th, and 16th to adopt a budget. Just a few reminders about process. A finance committee amendment must have a finance committee sponsor. So any alder can move an amendment, but you must find a colleague on finance committee to be the lead sponsor on your behalf. If you plan to move something at Common Council, you must have 2 sponsors. You're always welcome to have additional co-sponsors, but you need a minimum of 2. In terms of Common Council amendments, I've received a few questions about this. So the Common Council considers the budget, the executive budget, as amended by finance. So that means the Common Council as a whole does not consider any of the individual amendments that were voted on by finance. So if an alder wants to change the outcome of a finance committee amendment, whether it passed or not, that will have to be moved and proposed as a separate amendment during the Common Council period. And in general, the budget team, we like to have affirmative confirmation that alders are co-sponsoring with their colleagues. So if you have someone who's co-sponsoring, please just include them on the email so we know that they're on board with the most recent version of the email. That's a lot easier than playing phone tag and saying, oh, Dave's going to co-sponsor with me, but now I have to follow up with Dave. So just include everyone on the emails, make the process a little smoother for us. And that is my last process note. So with that, I think we can take any questions or move straight to the finance or to the HR briefing.
Thank you, Dave and Christine. Questions on the general overview? Alder, oh my goodness. Alder Evers. You're muted, Alder.
Sorry about that, Mayor. In looking at the budget, at the just kind of plowing through this, I have a broad question, and perhaps Christine can answer that, or Dave, or perhaps even the mayor. But when I look at the executive budget and compare it against the agency requests, I'm confused in that almost in every single agency, despite the fact that the requests were supposed to be like showing a 1% decrease from the base, why in the executive budget there are so many increases? And I'm wondering if the 6% COLA adjustment was distributed and shows up this way through each agency, or is that referenced somewhere else in the budget in a separate I haven't gone through every page, but is that where some of this shows up, or is that elsewhere in the budget?
Alder, are you asking about increases versus the 2023 adopted?
No, increases versus the agency requests.
I can answer that. So Alder Evers, you're exactly right that the increases are if you look in the agency budgets, you'll see a column for 23 adopted, 24 request, and 24 executive. And the increase amounts are in almost every single agency are related to when we pushed the salary and benefit increases. So that includes the 6% COLA for GMEs, as well as increased health insurance and WRS rates. So in many cases, unless an agency had a specific supplemental that was improved, almost every agency is going to show an increase between request and executive, and it's almost always going to be just the salary and benefit calculation.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Alderfield?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the finance team for all of this information and also for presenting it in a way that's very useful for us in thinking about budget consequences. I wanted to ask about the closure of TIF districts, TIDs. So the different taxing jurisdictions that get a portion of the money, when a TIF district closes, is that similar to, or does that proportion reflect what the annual payment from our tax levy funds among these jurisdictions does it use the same ratio as our normal property tax bill, in other words?
Alderfield, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my question.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder Vitiver.
Okay, I have 4 questions, and I thought Alderfield was asking one of them, but not quite. So I'll just piggyback on that one. So can you just, I didn't quite understand the LAP funds from the TID. Can you just explain what that means exactly?
Did you say the LAP? I just didn't hear what you said. What word
the
you
LAP.
used?
You said the LAP funds.
Yeah.
The surplus
there's
funds and
4
the
million.
TIDs. So when TIDs close, sometimes there are surplus monies, meaning after we've paid all of the project costs, there still are unspent revenues, incremental revenues that have built up. And so in some of these larger TIDs, when you close them, so TID 25 is by far the largest so far. And we give a surplus at the end. And if there is a surplus, that money needs to be then distributed back to the taxing jurisdictions. And so for the 2024 budget, we expect to have funds from closed TID 29, 39, and 47. And so that's the 3.1 million that's shown. That's the total from those 3 TIDs. And that's the city's portion of the surplus that'll be distributed to all the taxing jurisdictions. We've also referenced as a part of the 9.2 million from fund balance, from the general fund balance, there was 4 million of remaining funds from an early distribution from the TID 25 surplus that occurred in 2021. And so some of that was allocated primarily to help Monona Terrace during the pandemic. And there's 4 million left that really wasn't ever sort of allocated. It has been sitting in the general fund balance. So we're sort of saying we're releasing that as well as a part of this 9.2 million.
Thank you. And then Christine, I had sent you a question that I was really struggling with understanding about the debt service, and that this question about how we have to have a separate vote, because it seems like it's good if we have less in debt service. So I was really struggling with that.
Yeah, so Dave and I were talking about this shortly before this meeting, and I'm going to ask him to explain, but this is related to that there's a footnote in the debt service highlight about if we use less than the premium amount for to pay for capital projects, it requires a separate vote. So Dave, if you want to fill in.
Yep, that's a great question. We get that question all the time. It's a little complicated. So when we receive a reoffering premium when we sell our debt, and we typically have since 2011, and that's just the way the debt markets have kind of changed at that time in response to the Great Recession, and this practice has continued. And so a reoffering premium is basically an upfront payment from the investor in addition to what they're gonna what their interest rate is and what we're going to pay in terms of an interest cost each year on the debt. And so that upfront payment, which what we got for this 2023 debt issuance was about 7.8 million. Under state law, we have to use that to pay debt service. And by virtue of using it to pay debt service, we free up levy limit capacity of an equal amount, because the levy limit doesn't really basically excludes debt service. And so if you have a different source to pay that debt service, that means you now have levy capacity you can use for other purposes. Under the ordinances, that other purpose is supposed to be capital projects. So it has to be, if we had 7.8 million, we have to use 7.8 million for capital projects. Unless the council has a 2/3 approval to use it for operating purposes. And so using it for operating purposes has been the practice starting with the 2020 budget. And that amount has varied between about 5 and 7 million or so. And the amount applied for capital projects has been less than that that total levy capacity. So in the 2024 budget, we have that 7.8 million. We're sending 1.2 million for capital projects, and that difference of about 6.7 million or so is being used to support the operating budget, and that requires a 2/3 vote to do that, to really reflect that, you know, the ordinance says the policy choice should be capital projects, but for a vote of the council to say no, the policy goal is to use it for the operating budget.
That is super helpful. Thank you very much. I just want to also understand the tax rate versus the mill rate, and from a perspective of as a taxpayer, right? So if I'm paying $10,000 in property taxes, and let's just pretend that the assessment of my house didn't go up from one year to the next, even though of course it did, then am I paying the tax rate of, so then I'm paying $10,460 the next year, or does my actual tax go, if I didn't have any change in the assessment, which of course didn't happen, would my tax rate go down because of the mill rate? I'm just trying to clarify
the
that.
tax you will pay on your property is the calculation, very, very generally, of the tax rate multiplied by the value of the property. So in your example of if the value didn't change from one year to the next, your tax for just the city services will go down by 7.9%.
Okay, so it's the mill rate, not
the mill rate times that. Now, when we showed that average value home, it's going up over 12%. So, you know, the odds of any particular parcel staying the same and going down is probably pretty low. But so with that average value home, that's why we show the taxes on the average value home. If you look at that, that's going up, I think, about 3.7%. And then keep in mind that the city is just one element of the tax bill. Got the school district, the county, and Madison College, and what happens with the interplay of state aid and what they're doing with their individual levies. For example, the county levy, I think, is going up double digits in 2024, due primarily, as I understand it, for debt service, like the jail and things like that.
Okay, last question, and this was on the more like getting into the nitty gritty of things. What is the status of the University Alliance housing study we paid for last year?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody's here from the council office, but
Yeah, I think that's a question for the council office. Oh, there's Karen. Karen?
Hi, yes, I'm trying to get into a spot here. So we had a meeting with Gavin from University Alliance. Director Wachter was there, and they were proposing some different data analysis projects that they could do in the short time frame that we have. I think Director Wachter is somewhere here as well. He might be able to chip in. We were, if I remember correctly, waiting for them to convene a meeting, and we were in the meantime going to be, Director Wachter and I were going to be discussing research questions for the data now that they proposed kind of a different approach because there's no time for survey. So I'm not sure if Director Wachter wants to add to that.
Nope, you covered it.
Okay, thank you.
You'd think after all these years we would know. Thank you, Alder Vitterer. Alder Verveer, I would like to both turn to you for your question and then ask you to briefly take the chair so I can have a bio break.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Happy
you,
to
Alder.
do so. I'm sure I can filibuster until you return with no problem. So my first question of you, Christine and Dave, and as always, thank you for your work and the overview. This would be the appropriate time, I think, for general fund revenue questions. So I was hoping that just to begin, could you give us an overview over how pilot works for our enterprise agencies, and in particular, if you look at the current, 24 executive operating budget, some agencies, and this is indicative of prior years, but some agencies pilots never change. In this case, the pilots have been modified for both water utility and the parking utility. Could you give us, please, an overview over how those pilots are determined, and in particular address the ones that are proposed to be modified in the next year?
Alder Revere, thanks for that question. So with the water utility, that calculation is set by the state Public Service Commission in administrative rules, and it's in effect much like a payment in lieu of taxes would be. It's look at the value of the water utilities infrastructure and multiplying that by an estimated tax rate for the city and the school district. So that's the calculation under PSC rules. Now, the reason that's going down is the tax rate is going down, as I talked about earlier. And the water utility is not adding as much new infrastructure as it has in the past. That sort of amount of value or construction cost value added is not going up nearly as much as the rate is going down. So that's what we see with the water utility. With the parking utility, it's a similar calculation, but it's just the city's estimated tax rate. And then looking at a valuation that's put together by the city assessor. And that does take into account the closure of the Lake Street, State Street garage in 24, or it will in 25. For 24, because this calculation is based on a prior year, the previous year's assessed value, or kind of a year behind always with that calculation. That's why it's still kind of going up slightly based on the valuation set by the city assessor. Those are the major pilots. We also have a small pilot with Monona Terrace. That's about $338,000. That doesn't change. That's a fixed amount set when Monona Terrace was built. We also have a small pilot from the Golf Enterprise for all of the some of the improvements that they have on those properties. And then we have a small one from the CDA, which again is about a couple $100,000.
Thank you, Dave. And then speaking of the parking utility, if I can turn to fines and forfeitures section. As you might recall, in the past in this venue, I've expressed my concerns about our towing fee situation. And I know that this budget anticipates that we're finally going to cover some of the substantially increased costs that Schmitz has passed on to us in towing. And we can get into the details of that tomorrow with the parking manager, Stephanie Cox. But with that said, could you just first explain what the thought process was of reducing the anticipated revenues from parking violations next year, if we at least indeed are going to, if nothing else, increase the towing fees to a more accurate level?
So the increase in the towing fee under the executive operating budget would be actually allocated to the parking utility enterprise. It would not be allocated to the general fund. So that's why you don't see those revenues there. Otherwise, the change in the parking violations is based on kind of year to date through 2023 and just carrying that out into 2024.
So that's a change proposed for next year. In the past, towing fees were deposited in the general fund.
That's right. That's a proposal in the parking utility budget, and you can see that there, and will be explained further in the briefing tomorrow.
Thank you. And then moving to an area that I'll likely ask the police chief about later, moving violations. Can you share what the thought process was reducing the anticipated moving violation revenue?
Again, that's just looking at current trends and what's been happening year to date in 2023.
In if I'm reading correctly, in 2023, it's $465,000. And we decided to round down. Is that just simply to budget conservatively?
Just trying to put that up here. Yeah, I think that's actually the case. Yeah, it's really kind of, I think, both looking at trends to date, even though that projection is higher, we just don't assume that will continue. We may not have updated the 2023 projection as much, and this is a little more reliant on the 2022 actuals. So,
okay. Thank you. And then, if I could pivot to charges for services, as you and your office have always been the keepers of our conveyance fees for ambulance service. As you, I'm sure, recall, Chief Carbon's supplemental request addresses an idea that I don't recall we've ever discussed in this forum, and that is the idea of possibly in the future charging for non-transports of med calls. Is that something from your knowledge? And again, I can broach this with Chief Carbon later this evening, but are you familiar with any other jurisdictions, municipalities that as part of their ambulance conveyance fees charge for non-transports?
There may be some. I think I may have seen that, but it's extremely rare if I remember correctly.
Okay, thank you. And again, just a warning to our friends in fire department, as I did with the police department, about some areas that I probably would like to probe later. And then I think now's our opportunity to ask further about Common Council and Mayor office budgets. So in that regard, as it relates to the first budget highlight for the Common Council and the fact that the ordinance was never adopted relating to somewhat significant increase in aldermanic compensation, I do think that the language in the budget highlight perhaps is a bit misleading, because under the longtime ordinance, as there is a budget highlight for the mayor's compensation, am I correct that we on the council would be receiving that very minor increase in April as per the same ordinance that's referenced in the mayor's office budget highlight?
I believe that's the case. I'm going to defer to Christine and I think Betsy on that, but yes, I do think there's that annual increase. It may just not have been put into the highlight.
It is included in the budget and just was not commented on, and we can update that in the adopted book.
Yeah, so if I looked at, when you look at the hourly wages in the Common Council office, it does seem to be a very minor increase in hourly wages. So what you're saying, Christine, is that the numbers do reflect the minor COLA increase in April.
Correct.
But, and do you have any thoughts of, I guess, we don't have to decide tonight, but it seems to me that perhaps we need to massage the language just in there for transparency's sake. If we mention that the mayor's receiving her very minor increase in compensation under the ordinance, perhaps we should do the same for
council meetings.
And modify that language in the highlight.
Yes, we can work on updating the highlight to reflect that.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, Mayor, now onto your budget, and I don't know if you're the one that would be the best one to answer the question, but as it relates to the citywide PIO proposal, obviously that's something that's been debated in prior years, and in prior years, the proposal was, and correct me if I'm wrong, to include that in the IT department. Do you wish
that was prior to my time, Alder.
Oh, that was prior to your time. Do you want to take a moment to explain the rationale of the proposal and more specifically the consulting, the $75,000 in consulting fees for PIO work, which I don't see any information on in the agency request or elsewhere.
Although we're in the process of actually writing up a job description, which I think would be most informative, and hope to have that to you all soon. But just briefly, this was the single request from the neighborhood resource teams that the city have a citywide PIO or communications person to support communications with our constituents and neighborhoods about the programs and resources that are available to them. And so, I think it's been my practice generally to take the requests of the neighborhood resource team very seriously and to include them in my budgets if at all possible. So given that this was their singular request, we included it. It would be in my office. I think, yes, the previous administration had suggested that the thing might belong in IT, but I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense, given what they would be doing. I would envision that this person would work very closely, certainly with Larissa in your office, but frankly, with the whole council office, as with the other PIOs across the city. I'd also envision that they would probably support those agencies that don't have PIOs in communications, and making sure that those stories are getting told as well. But we are actively working on what a position description would look like, and we'd be happy to share that once we have a draft that's ready for public consumption.
Thank you. And then do you wish to speak as to the request for the $75,000 in consulting services?
Yeah, I think that it's I think our experience has been that we've been a little stymied by not having sufficient resources to be able to create communications materials and share out information about particularly programs that low-income households in our community are eligible for but may not know about, but also just more broadly the work that the city does. And so this is recognizing that certainly staff time is a part of that, but there is a need for materials as well, and potentially consulting services. So I think, again, that's something that we're developing a plan around, and be happy to share more details once we have a more fleshed out plan.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Alder. Right. I have no other alders in the queue for questions on the general overview, so we'll move on to administration. Oh, Alder Vitiver.
Could we have a 10-minute break, please?
Alder Vitiver moves a 10-minute break. Sorry, Aaron. Is there a second? Alder Madison will second. That would bring us back. Could we say 7 o'clock? That's 9 minutes. So we'll recess until 7 o'clock. We're about 2 minutes out from coming back. We're about 1 minute out now. If we can have Finance Committee members, please return and turn your cameras back on. All right, we're at 7 o'clock. So for any Finance Committee members within the within the reach of my voice, please turn your cameras back on so we know you are here. I think that might be sufficient to get us to quorum. So I'll call back to order the Finance Committee meeting of Monday, October 9th, and ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Curry.
Here.
Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Vitiver.
Here.
Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Rummel.
Present.
Mayor Quorum.
Thank you. All right, now HR. Director Hilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. I am going to start us off this evening with just a brief review of what we have in our HR strategic plan. So we have a 5-year strategic plan. Much of what we've been working on this year are what we consider to fall under the umbrella of strategic foundations. As you know, we have the compensation study that we're working on and a variety of other sort of really foundational HR practices, review of our city personnel rules, et cetera. If granted this funding request, we have a number of goals for 2024, including our citywide compensation and classification study completion, purchase and begin of implementation of our human resources management system, implementation of new marketing and recruitment materials, and other improvements to help improve our overall services in human resources. So 2024 is really about the employee experience and onboarding. 2025 is really about career pathways and employee development. We focus more on organizational excellence, a variety of larger organizational projects in 2026, and then 2027 begins our planning for the future. We have a relatively small budget, just over $2 million. Our principal services are in 3 areas: human resources services, employee and labor relations, and organizational development. HR services is really about recruitment practices, our classification and compensation system, oversight of our position study process, and position control. Employee and labor relations includes our accommodations program, leave and leave management, benefits, collective bargaining, and a variety of work we do to support supervisors in performance management. And then finally, organizational development helps promote our organizational development and performance excellence, learning and development, and leadership development. Our budget is largely a cost to continue budget. We anticipate our 1% reduction hopefully coming through salary savings. While we don't have any salary savings we're anticipating, if they don't come through salary savings, we'll be showing that 1% reduction in consultant funds that we use, primarily related to performance excellence and leadership, learning and development. Our budget includes 2 budget neutral modifications. One is in organizational development. We have a reduction of 1 position and an increase in another. The goal there is really to make sure that that unit is effective at meeting needs in all of those 3 areas: learning and development, organizational development, and leadership development, as well as performance excellence. The second modification is an increase with a retirement. We were able to do it in a budget neutral manner of one of our positions responsible for benefits management. And so this would sort of restructure our employee and labor relations unit and provide a supervisor in our benefits unit responsible for helping ensure all of our employees' benefits are delivered in cost-effective ways. So that is all I have for a budget presentation. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Erin. Questions for HR? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Erin. Thank you. The finance director already mentioned it, but I was planning to ask you to give us an update on the status of the compensation study. And obviously, Dave, shared with us that the overview that the contract hasn't been apparently executed yet. Could you give us a timeline on how long you think the study will take and so forth, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So we used a collaborative process to develop our RFP with all of the associations, any union representatives who wanted to participate. That process took a few months. We put out that RFP toward the beginning of summer. And just last week or the week before, selected a final vendor for that and are going to begin the contracting period for that within the next week or 2. So we're close to having a contract for that and anticipate completing that project by the end of next year.
See, so the consultant would likely begin in the first quarter of the new year and would take the whole year, or?
It depends upon how long that contracting period takes. But yeah, we were hoping they would start toward at least start with some initial timeline meetings and scope of work discussion by the end of this year. And then starting more concertedly on all of the different classification and compensation analysis next year. We have a little bit of work on our end as well to make sure that we have updated position descriptions before they begin their work.
You see. Thank you very much for the update.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for HR? If not, thank you, Erin.
Thank you so much for your time.
And we'll go on to public facilities, starting with library. Director Michaels.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Satya and Finance Committee and attending alders. I only have one slide for you this evening with the highlights. At the top is a reminder that the target for savings for the library under the 1% is approximately $208,000. The first highlight I wanted to bring to your attention tonight was that we're in the final year of a 3-year of the Institute of Museum and Library Services federal grant. This was to develop a prototype for qualitative reporting on library programs. This is receiving some significant national attention. The newly developed app that our team worked on will begin user testing by a variety of libraries around the country. It was recently presented in June at the National American Library Association and received rave reviews. We'll be presenting again upcoming at the Public Library Association conference in 2022 of the results of our testing of this. The next highlight I wanted to point out was the establishment of a library safety and patrol, our patron resource coordinator position that will coordinate and lead our public safety specialists. This is really a pivot for the creation of this full-time position that's going to be focused on leading and supporting our public safety specialists. The public safety specialists were formerly known as security monitors. And what we're trying to do with this is, one, establish a full-time position so that we have a sustainable position with leadership, but it's going to be really focused more on supportive staff and our patrons from a more social works perspective. And this is instead of just an enforcement approach that we had previously. Enforcement will still be a part of their responsibilities, but as a full-time position, there will be more opportunities now to build relationships with community social service agencies and apply best practices to our patron response. So we're hoping that the stability of having a full-time position dedicated to this charge will help with recruiting and retaining our part-time public safety specialists. The position has just closed and we'll be going into interviews soon on that. The third highlight that I have for you is that we've established a full-time custodial worker position that was added in 2023. This was offset by hourly wages to create a permanent position. The reason for this is a permanent position will be better for retaining an employee in this position as opposed to the part-time status it had prior to this establishment. Next is the use of $78,000 of library fund balance. In the 2021 operating budget, the days of operation for the Monroe Street Library were reduced to 3 days from the normal 5 days. The library board at that time made the decision to supplement the operating budget using funds from our library fund balance to reinstate the 2 days that were lost and restore days of operation back to 5 days. And this is at a cost of approximately $70,000. Lastly, we're looking at our collection resources and access. This will remain at current level of service. Collection resource, as a reminder, that most of our material portions of our collection funding is actually in the capital budget. That did receive a significant increase in the executive capital budget. And then lastly, the community engagement remains at current level of service. This particular service covers our library programming. In addition to the operating budget funds, several of our programs are supplemented by support from our foundation. For example, our social justice focused program, Making Justice, is privately funded. And before I get to questions, I did want to give a really quick shout out to the library's budget team, which consists of Chrissy Wick, Susan Lee, Mark Benno, Lori Suter, and of course to our analyst, Betsy York. At that, I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Greg. Questions for library? Alder Vitever.
Can you just talk a little bit about how you've evaluated the Monroe Street Library and need to keep that continuing for 5 days a week? What's the level of patronage, et cetera?
That's a great question, Alder. At the time, it was due to budget restraints. It was a very difficult decision, and it was during the time of when we're in the midst of COVID as well. And we looked at what would make the best reduction at that point to meet the budget charges that we needed to meet. The adjacency of other libraries to Monroe Street was always one of the factors that we looked at, and we looked at usage. But facts don't always relate to what the emotional impact is for a neighborhood library like Monroe Street. It's really the epitome of what a neighborhood library is. It's a very walkable location for the majority of the users of that library. There's a large senior population in the area that count on Monroe Street Library for their just not only daily needs for library resources, but as a social connection. So, despite the tough decision, that we would reduce hours, in conjunction with that, the library board felt it was necessary to return it to 5 days of service. And all 5 of those days are valued by the community.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for library? If not, thank you, Greg. And we'll go on to Monona Terrace. Director Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. The highlights are that we have increased our building revenue over our 2023 budget, which was $3.9 million. We're anticipating almost $4.2 million in our 2024 budget, an increase of $288,000, which may not seem like a lot, but it's more impressive, I guess, knowing that we're going to be closed for 3 weeks in January for the to complete renovation projects. This is a 10-year renovation year for us. Every 10 years, we replace a number of bigger items. We have had to increase, as was talked about earlier, due to salaries and benefits going up, about $665,000 increase. 645 of that was the salary and benefits. Purchase services increased by 10,000, and purchase service or supplies decreased by 13,000 from our 2023 budget. And then our interdepartmental expenses increased by 22,000. Overall, the total number of events that we've been having have been increasing since our I guess, low point in 2021. We typically host 60 conventions and conferences prior to 2020. Next year is a lower number for us, 47 events. But we're still anticipating doing more revenue because in the year and for the year, our own internal sales team books a lot of smaller types of business, but they can be conventions and conferences and banquets and weddings. So we feel like it's going to be a decent year next year. And then getting back to the renovation projects, just a few of the highlights. We're again going to do the carpet in all of the public places. And that's why we need to be closed for 3 weeks, because it takes that long to rip it all out and replace it. We're installing new rooftop lighting and replacing some of our large windows facing the lake, and then upgrading our exhibition hall lighting and our doing upgrades to our wireless network as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Connie. Questions from Monona Terrace? If not, thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to public health and safety, starting with fire department. And
Hello, good evening.
Chief Carbon, there you are.
Nice to see everybody. Thank you. I will run through pretty quickly and try to leave plenty of opportunity for questions. I also have Brent Slowett, our Administrative Services Manager, here with me this evening. So running through our slides, the first one on there is just simply annualizing the CARES funding that was included in the 2023 adopted budget. We had positions beginning 3/4 of the way through the year, and so that is assuring that it's in there for the full year starting next year. The latest expansion, as you all are aware, is moving into the weekend hours for coverage, and that's represented here in this highlight. The second item on there is transferring funding that we have been sending from the city to public health for a specialist that was working within the program doing data analysis and program coordination. And so this is simply taking the existing funding and moving it within the city so that that position can be over here and work more closely with the CARES team directly, working alongside public health. Both of our agencies felt like this was the better position for this role and placement for this position. So I can go on to the second page, please. The next one here will highlight funding for 2 recruit classes in 2024. Presently, we're running 31 personnel understaffed. We do have a current recruit class of 24 that'll be graduating in November. And then our anticipated class size would be to do another class of 24 in January. And the second one that you'll see here would be to start in June so that we can get 2 significant classes of recruits through next year and approach full staffing to allow our creative staffing program to get back into effect and reduce our overtime issues. And then the last one that I will highlight for you here is a creation of a opportunity for a civilian EMS training coordinator. This is to provide an opportunity to fill this role with a civilian. It has been historically filled by reassigning station-based commission personnel into this role. This is the position that oversees our EMS training and logistics office in terms of all supplies, coordination, EMT basic training, and collaboration with our medical director and our paramedic training as well. We've had a difficult time historically recruiting for this position. We're hopeful that this could add some continuity to that role and again allow us the opportunity to look in the civilian world as well for a qualified person to fill that position. So that is a quick hit on our couple of slides here. More than happy to take questions on anything.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for fire? Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, could you speak a little bit more about this recruitment challenge that you have for this position? Are you suggesting that redefining this position will aid in the recruitment, or even with using as categorized as a civilian personnel, that we're still going to have difficulty recruiting this individual?
You know, I think that remains to be seen until we do the recruitment, but the anticipation is that it just opens it up to potentially a much broader swath of personnel that could fill that role. We're not looking to redefine the scope or parameters of what they do. I think what they are doing presently is very well needed, and I wouldn't envision us doing something different with it. The challenge that we've had is trying to encourage our commission personnel to change their 48-hour work schedules that they become accustomed to fill that position. And so when we look at a lot of paramedic training programs, both locally and regionally, even nationally, there are a lot of qualified personnel who could potentially fill this role.
Thanks. That's my question.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for fire? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Chief. Thanks for your presentation. You probably heard that I had asked the finance director a question about the ambulance conveyance fees and the idea that you had mentioned in your supplemental budget request for next year of potentially studying the idea of non-transports being billed for the first time in our community. Do you or your colleagues know of other municipalities, either in the state or elsewhere in the country, that do bill for non-transports?
Yeah, it's becoming more and more common throughout. One of the biggest areas where you see charges happening is for what we call lift assist. So when folks take a fall and are not injured, do not need transport and need to be lifted, where it's really become a sort of a flashpoint in the EMS world is we see a lot of nursing homes and assisted living homes that technically define themselves as a no lift facility. And so they actually prohibit their staff from assisting personnel off the floor. Um, and really it's quite appropriate in a lot of cases. And so what you see is it's become a burden on a lot of agencies, particularly some smaller agencies that have reduced resources. And so this has become something that's more and more common. For quite a long time, there's a lot of agencies that you can find that will do cost recovery for non-transports, because there's several types of calls where we use a lot of equipment and medications on scene, but don't make a transport. And so there is a heavy cost burden on the system. The issue, however, and I'll be completely transparent, is that in these cases, unless you transport, Medicare and most private insurers are not interested in paying. And so as we investigate this, it has to be fully considered that any additional charges we would place onto these calls would end up being a burden upon the payer themselves. And so I think that's where, let me step back and say we've got a lot of research that we want to do, and we'd like to put together a more thoughtful and robust package to present things for consideration. But within all of that, the central point would have to be understanding that these costs would not be covered by Medicare, or likely not covered by Medicare, and likely not covered by private insurance. But there are several potential opportunities that have been replicated in other municipalities.
Thank you for that. You absolutely anticipated my follow-up question. And when you said that Medicare and most private insurance carriers do not cover non-transports, is that your understanding for both lift assists and the use of medications and supplies on scene, but without transport?
That is my broad understanding. Certainly a few nuances and some potential carve-outs that may show some opportunity, but I think broadly that is my understanding. I think occasionally some of these larger institutions could, theoretically choose to absorb those costs for the lift assists, or they could, build them into their base packages. But as you know, that eventually trickles down to somebody.
Yeah, and do I understand correctly that although your supplemental wasn't recommended to be funded in this executive operating budget, your team is planning in the coming year to research opportunities, perhaps in this area?
Yeah, we're actively working on that within the fire department, and then we'll be reaching out to finance to try to continue those conversations and assure that we're going down the right path. We're also interested, I'll share with you, in looking at some additional funding opportunities on the fire side of activities. However, Dave informed us that many of those may not actually be plausible due to the impact, and Dave, you can correct me here, but impact on levy limits and some negative impact if we were to charge for services. So I think the best way to describe it is we're eager to learn and see if there's some creative ways that we can generate some revenue for the activities that we do. I want to make sure that they don't disproportionately impact the community and don't impact the budget.
Thank you. And in your supplemental request regarding the peak med units as an experiment, can you share with us what, I didn't see it in your request, what you would consider to be generally the highest priority times a day when all ambulances are on the road, and I don't know how often it is, but we have to ask neighboring jurisdictions to assist with mutual aid because all of our ambulances are in service.
Sure. Yeah. The peak times would be Monday through Saturday, and then roughly 11 until 7 p.m. or noon till 8 p.m. Depending on the day, it varies a little bit, but generally speaking, it's that time of day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it a daily occurrence where all med units are in service, including the newest med 14?
It's not happening on a daily basis, and since the addition of Medic 14, the number of those instances has dropped and continues to be below what it was prior to the inception of that unit. However, as time goes on, call volume continues to increase and the burden continues to increase.
Yeah, thank you. So, as it relates to the switching topics here, the biggest issue that in terms of the budget that fires obviously had and that you inherited when you became chief was the issue of overtime, and obviously you addressed that in passing with your initial briefing for us. Can you just share with us your level of optimism that as to when things might go back to some sense of normalcy through the different strategies that have been deployed, in some cases maybe a couple of years ago, to the strategies that are funded in this proposed budget, including the ones that you referenced in your briefing? When you think we'll go back to some level of normalcy in terms of being able to achieve minimum staffing levels?
Sure.
Native staffing plan by 311.
Absolutely. I'm incredibly optimistic about it. Now I'm still new in my job, so maybe that's part of it. But regardless, if we look at the numbers and follow through, we've been really grateful to have a very large recruit class. 24 is significantly larger than we've had in a number of years, at least as far back as I can recall. To be able to budget forward with another large recruit class of 24 in January and then more of a quote unquote normal class of about 15 in June is going to help us as we predict things to get us up by the third quarter of 24 to being as close to fully staffed as we can envision. There's obviously some variables that'll come in with the number of folks that choose to retire within there. But in approaching full staffing, again, that will allow our creative staffing program to go back into play, which, as you know, can help us to defer sort of quote unquote full staff work days and make that difference up on days when we would otherwise be understaffed. So working together with Brent on this, and as we look with our staff here, I think we're pretty confident and optimistic that by that third quarter, we're going to see some significant improvement. And I believe we'll see improvement, through the year as we get closer and closer.
Thank you. And speaking of recruitments and your rationale in part for a civilianized EMS training coordinator, and then the fact that you've had trouble finding a sworn folks that are interested in that position. I'm curious, have we had better luck recently with another area that's perennially been an issue in terms of recruitments, and that's the elevator code enforcement officers? Have we been able to fill all those positions or not?
We have not. We still have one position that remains open. We've done multiple recruitments. We're now looking heavily at a trainee program that we think has some promise. There has been a long-standing challenge, if you will, with the certifying agency for the elevator world. And that's what's prohibited us from doing that before, but they've made some progress and we feel confident about what's happened that we may look to move on that come the second quarter of this year. And we think that'll give us a really nice opportunity to potentially fill that remaining spot, as well as to plan for the replacement of some of our folks as they retire in the.
And I haven't talked to anyone about this, so I'm asking you, are you proposing to change the position of assistant fire chief to deputy fire chief? So would there be ultimately 4 deputy fire chiefs and 6 division chiefs, as have been the case the last few years? Or why don't you explain? Obviously.
Yeah, it's a great question, Alder. Deputy fire chief was a longstanding position that's been within the AMPS contract and has been filled, but just not for quite a long time. And it actually, within the structure presently, falls underneath assistant chief, but above division chief. So it was another layer within that provided some opportunity for us as we reorganized our organizational structure here it allowed me to try and place some folks in positions to really focus on a couple of areas that I've been wanting to from day one that are very important to me in the operation of the organization. And so what we did is we contracted the assistant chiefs from 4 positions down to 3. We added 2 of these deputy positions, and then we maintained the 6 division chiefs. And I'd be happy to follow up offline too and take you fully through that if that would be a benefit.
So is there then a net increase of 1 white shirt?
Absolutely, yes. Within the budget this year, we did add 1 position. That just
That's not in the budget highlights anywhere. Isn't that kind of important?
It was approved last year in the budget process for the 3rd quarter of this year.
When I looked at the adopted 2023 budget, I didn't see that in the salary detail. Maybe I missed it.
I can't speak to exactly where it was listed without some review on my part. But yes, we did increase by 1 leadership position, and that just happened within the last couple of weeks.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that at all from our deliberations a year ago. It seems like a pretty big deal, increasing the number of white shirts. The other area I was just going to mention as it relates to that, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I don't think policymakers were aware of it. The mayor must have been, but I don't remember us being aware of it. I worked with Chief Davis on a update to, I think it's chapter 6 is the Madison ordinance that covers your department. And we removed a lot of obsolete positions in that and updated that ordinance for the first time in a long time. That was about 10 years ago, I think it was. Have you had a chance to take a look at the ordinance chapter for your department to make sure that it's up to date with this new vision of adding 1 more sworn position in the chief's ranks?
Did not review the ordinance as a specific part of this, but happy to take a peek at it.
Okay. So, yeah, so if you could, I'm happy to work with you and the city attorney's office in updating the ordinance like I did for Chief Davis about 10 years ago, I think it was. So if I look at the salary detail in the executive operating budget, it has 1 deputy fire chief, 6 division fire chiefs, and 4 assistant fire chiefs. And you're saying that is accurate.
Could you restate that one more time, please?
Yeah, sorry. So in the salary, and I see Christine is turned on her camera to help us answer this too, but in the salary detail for next year, it has 1.0 deputy fire chief, 6.0 division fire chief, and 4.0 assistant fire chief.
So the deputy position is actually in the budget as an assistant chief, but was underfilled as a deputy position.
And that's the plan for next year as well.
Correct.
Okay. And Christine, I see you've volunteered to help us or help me with this.
Thanks. So the position that's in question, I believe, is the CARES program manager that was listed as a civilian position in the 23 budget because it had not been classified at that point in time, and then was classified as the assistant or deputy chief. I'm getting the terms mixed up, but I think that's why you're not seeing it in the correct place.
Okay, so I was led to believe, and maybe others were, that was a civilian position, right? That was going. So you're talking about the one that was in public health that we transferred to the fire department, or is that the evaluation? Oh, here's Betsy too to help me.
So
Hi,
the
Betsy.
2023 budget included a management position for the CARES program. And at the time the budget was done, that hadn't been studied or classified, and it was shown in the civilian portion of the salary detail. But since then, it's been determined that position most likely or has been classified as a commission, and so it's showing as the deputy chief in the commission section. The position coming from public health is a data analyst, and that is shown in the civilian section of the position summary.
Thank you. Perhaps we should work on a budget highlight to explain all this. mean, maybe I'm the only one that cares, but I think it would be important to explain this.
We can do that.
Thank you, Betsy. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chief. And I'm happy to, as I said, once you have it at your convenience, take a look at the MGO. Am I correct? I think it's Chapter 6 for the fire department. I'm happy to help you sponsor any modifications you need.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for fire? If not, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the Office of the Independent Monitor.
Hi. Thank you all for taking the time for me. So far as the updates to the budget, are none expected for next year. So this will be a very short list of highlights, and then I'll leave a lot of time for questions if there are any. Just generally, we're going to be maintaining the same level of service that we have that the previous budget anticipated. This maintains the funding for the full Police Civilian Oversight Board, and as well as maintain the funding for anticipated legal services to provide representation for aggrieved individuals working their way through the process at the Police and Fire Commission. As it stands right now, there is no change, no major changes to the budget as it was formally adopted. So if there's any questions as far as the office, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Any questions for the Independent Monitor? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first and foremost, welcome to your first budget session with us as our independent monitor. So I don't have many questions. Obviously, as you say, it's a real slim budget with no modifications. I did want to ask you, when do you anticipate filling? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you have 3 positions in your office, including yourself, in terms of FTEs. When do you anticipate filling that last position? If my assumption's correct, that's been vacant since it was created.
Yeah, that last position would be the Data Analyst 2 position, which, to be honest, has been a top priority of mine that keeps getting bumped way down the list as of the last few weeks. So as far as when I intend to fill it, like as soon as I possibly can. I have a position description put together and ready to move through the next steps with HR as far as actually getting the posting live. I have a meeting I keep bumping with Julie, unfortunately, but it's been bumped to this Thursday. So at that point, we should be going over the last steps to get the posting live for that position.
Well, good luck with that, certainly. And my other question was, in the budget highlight, it talks about continuing funding for the COB. And my question is, where exactly in the budget is the funding for the COB? I see it, obviously it was in your presentation. And is in the budget highlights. Where exactly is the compensation for the COB? In terms of line items, do you know?
Betsy, would you be able to help me out with this part?
I thought it might be hourly wages, but there's nothing. It's not.
No, they're paid through a monthly stipend. So I believe. Go ahead,
it's
Betsy.
in the purchase services. I'm not sure the exact object code, but I can look it up here. So it's listed under program services within the purchase services major.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. I appreciate that. I think those are my only questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for the Independent Monitor? If not, thank you, Robert.
Thank you all.
All right, that will take us to the Police Department. Chief Barnes.
Good evening, everyone. Chief Barnes here, along with Assistant Chief John Patterson, Teague is not with us today as she normally is. She's a new mother, so we certainly wish her well. Our budget, operating budget, details our ability to maintain our current services, which are crime prevention, community engagement, and employee safety and wellness. In addition to that, we launched our 5-year strategic plan this year, which focuses on Madison-centric policing the Madison way, youth engagement, public communication, and workplace culture. Our slide here today details the 1% cut that was asked by the mayor, as well as the 2% salary savings, in addition to a few major changes. So I'll let Assistant Chief Patterson walk you through that and leave time for questions.
Thank you, Chief. To the budget targets first, there's two main factors lowering our budget by essentially 3% next year. And the Chief just referenced one of them, the higher salary savings requirement, obviously increasing from 2% to 4%. And then the 1% reduction of 906,000 approximately. So we will be deploying multiple strategies next year to achieve those savings. Some of the examples that we'll be evaluating throughout the year would be holding positions vacant as they become open, reducing our pre-service academy size in the spring, and then delaying some supplies and service expenses. So for major changes for next year, there is one critical cost neutral request. We thank the mayor for including that. And that will expand our video analysis capacity by adding one forensic lab technician. And that'll be done through reclassifying of an existing PRT vacancy. Now, we don't have one currently, so this will only occur once a PRT vacancy occurs. If it would happen at the front end of the year, we would then delay the forensic lab technician hiring so that it would be a cost neutral impact in 2024. And next is $100,000 included for a contract with a third-party vendor for transports to Winnebago Mental Health Institute. And as you know, the operating budget in 2023 included $50,000 for an experiment funded through the 2023 salary savings. We ran that experiment from June 1st until August 8th of this year. It started again at the beginning of June and ended August 8th with 53 transports. Those were done throughout the city and at all different times of day. This funding is extremely appreciated and will make a tremendous improvement next year. We will have to adjust scheduling to certain times and months to maximize the total budget. But again, we think we can do our best to really maximize that and appreciate the mayor including that moving forward in 2024. So with that, we kept it very short. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Chief. JP, questions for police? Alder Videver.
So I'm just trying to understand the transportation. So there was 50,000 in the budget and there were 53 transports. So it's about $1,000 per transport.
Well, actually, with the vendor that was awarded the RFP for the experiment, the prices varied. So they charged different amounts at different times of day or on the weekends. But the average was about $888 per transport. And, you know, we think through another RFP process that we could tie a vendor to a specific number for each transport.
Okay, wait. Now I have two questions. So first is, so are you going to do another RFP process for a different vendor, or that you would, because I guess my thinking was that we didn't have a lot of options for vendors. So
no, that's a good question. So there was one vendor that responded to this RFP for the experiment. We had another vendor after the RFP process was concluded that reached out asking to be included for subsequent funding if that would be secured. So we would do another RFP process.
Okay. And then just like, if it's, let's just say, call it an average of $800 per transport using the third-party vendor, what does it cost when our officers do the transport? Because it sounds like even with 100,000, we're still going to have officers doing transports a good amount of the time.
No, that's a good question. The estimate for a full year of funding was our estimate, using the average from this particular vendor, and then the average between the last 2 years of total conveyance requirements is around 200,000. So we will have to try to figure out how to best maximize that budget. Putting a number on what it costs for officers is a little trickier, and I think it'll help once I share the summary report from the experiment with you and other members of the council. And again, I think I'm on Karen's schedule to come and present at some point to CCEC on it. But sometimes our transports are done on overtime. Sometimes they're done on regular time. And so it really depends on the circumstance of each individual conveyance and, whether or not we have enough staff to do it on regular time, or if we have to bring people in on overtime, or, if overtime impacts are going to occur in patrol as a result of having 2 officers leave the city. So it's a little complicated. I tried my best to summarize, all the details that go into trying to provide estimates for these.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you on another topic, the academy. I understand that we're trying to have savings, but isn't it a bit short-sighted to reduce our academy size to do that? Because that will impact things going forward for goodness knows how many years.
Jump in, Chief. No, that's a good question. You've got good ones tonight, Alder. Thank you. But the attrition hire, if you remember, each spring we have an attrition hire in our pre-service academy that tries to account for the anticipated vacancies that will occur every single year. And so that's the number that we would look to try to reduce slightly, not a huge number, but perhaps 7 to 10, somewhere in there is a number that the chief and I have discussed. And one of the things that we are feeling better about over the last few years is our ability to hold an accelerated academy later in the year with lateral transfers. And so we anticipate doing that again this year. And with the increased salary savings requirement, and then obviously the 906,000 about that we need to also save through other means, this seemed like a way to try to guarantee us some savings. And then, hopefully if we're hitting our targets, in the end of third quarter, perhaps we can then move forward with an accelerated academy to try to make up that difference. So that's what we're thinking as an option, not the option, obviously.
I would agree with that, Alder. I do think that we have to, again, look to the future. We're certainly hoping that, attrition numbers slow, which, certainly with salary savings in mind, we have to think about those things as well. But we have been getting a lot of traction with the accelerated academies. And so, obviously, if we're on target towards the latter part of the year, then we would push very, very hard to fill those vacancies with the accelerated applicants.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for police? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chiefs. Hello. Some of my questions regarding the Chapter 51 transports to Winnebago were asked and answered. And just to follow up on one of those, JP, you had mentioned that you were planning to brief CCEC sometime in the near future about the evaluation of the existing experiment. Is the actual written report something that you can share with policymakers sooner than that presentation?
Yes, I can. You can send that out after I sign off tonight if you'd like.
Well, that's great. It doesn't have to be tonight, certainly, but you can enjoy the Packers game, perhaps. But anyway, the other questions I had did have to do with the current vendor, and again, I don't want to be overly repetitive here, but so it's your intention, just so I understand correctly, that, and I think Ready Transports is the name of the current vendor.
That's correct.
Yeah. So our current contract with them, does it go into the new year? Does it have options for renewal, or are you absolutely planning to have a new RFP process consistent with what you've already articulated tonight?
I'll have to, that's a good question. I'll have to take one more look at it. I do not believe there was a renewal option on that. This was intended just for the experiment this summer.
Yeah, it's my understanding that we would have to do a new RFP, which gives us an opportunity to kind of write some more parameters given the information that we have from the experiment so that we can maximize the number of transports that we can have. And I will say that, the transports, although I think are cost effective, there's other benefits as well. I've always thought that someone who's having a mental health crisis who has to be transported, it's always better if they're not in the back of a police car. We have certain protocols that we have to abide by. And if we can have them transported in something that looks more like a medical vehicle, I think that's a win for everyone. And I also think it's reduced liability for our police department as well.
Yep, very well said, Chief. Understood. Yes. So is it your understanding that Ready is pleased with the experiment? They are interested in continuing to provide the service generally to our department?
Yes, they are. That's correct.
But and there likely would be competition, though. We had other responses to the RFP earlier.
That's right, Alder. We had one other vendor reach out after the contract was awarded and asked to be included in subsequent RFPs.
Very good. Well, that sounds promising. So thank you very much. If I could, I'll switch topics then. You might have heard me ask the finance director earlier about the projections for the new year for traffic citation revenue. And with the point well taken at the first point of your presentation tonight, in terms of the 99% budget and salary savings, et cetera, realizing that reality, I did want to just share quickly an anecdote at a very recent meeting of the Mansion Hill neighborhood, and that's like JP's old stomping ground, Langdon Street, et cetera, where he used to live as a student and was a neighborhood officer. Captain Hansen joined us for that meeting, and it was shared by the neighborhood leader that invited him that to expect the number one concern being unreasonable noise. Well, to Mike's surprise, and he said as such in the meeting, the overwhelming concern of the assembled residents that night was traffic, again, in the historic Mansion Hill neighborhood. And indeed, part of that was boom cars and the motorcycles and the unlawful display of power and so forth. So it's noise and traffic. But also to Mike's credit, he had a traffic sergeant do enforcement action a week or so later and resulted in several citations in a short period of time, mostly I think for stop sign violations. But in any event, do you see any glimmer in the new year that there might be more traffic enforcement than our community has really seen since the coming out of the pandemic, the last few years?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I will tell you that it's a question that I get almost daily. It was certainly the topic of my Monday morning Chiefs meeting. Just to put this in a little bit of context, and for those persons who are listening, we began the conversation by talking about revenue. It's important that our community members understand that the police do not do traffic enforcement for revenue. I know that's not what you were saying. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. But also, it's important to note that in 2018, the PM test team was disbanded, which resulted in 50% fewer citations that were written. Each captain is supposed to be in tune to the needs of their community. I give them resources, including patrol officers, community policing teams, and they also have the ability to simply call up the test team if there is a complaint, and I expect them to do that. We do have certain areas in our city that we consider high injury networks, and those have been clearly articulated before: Mineral Road, the Beltline, and of course East Wash. But there are other neighborhood concerns that we expect our teams to be working. Now, as you remember, we did reduce the number of our CPT teams from 5 to 3, and 2 are shared within 3 separate districts, and they are certainly working as hard as they can. Traffic is something that, quite frankly, if there was a magic cure for it, everyone would have it. But one of the things that I did, and this is certainly on me, we focus on those safe moving violations that you mentioned before, the stop sign, the speeding violations. You will see a reduction this year because we're not so much focused on the equipment violations and things of that nature, which we think are related to some of the disparities that we have seen before. But the officers are still writing plenty citations. I looked at some data just before this meeting regarding crashes. And so there's been over almost 2,100 tickets written this year just on crashes alone, which means that there was some safe movement violation which caused a collision between 2 motor vehicles. We have written those tickets. And that's not to account what we write daily for traffic, and then the occasional equipment violation if it definitely comes into play. But certainly, we're working. I would tell our community that we're working strategically about that. We certainly can't be on every street all the time, but when we do get those complaints, my expectation is that the captains are going to be immediately responsive to those complaints.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief, and appreciate everything you just said, and including stating the obvious that no, we're not trying to. I'm not asking this question to make more revenue for the city. The reason I asked the finance director is because I was curious how his team had come up with a reduction in anticipated revenue from traffic citations in the new year. Also, I noted in the executive operating budget under the police department, reduction in anticipated grant revenue from WSDOT for traffic enforcement. Could either of you speak to that? Is that a certainty that WSDOT, and I know it's I think almost entirely, if not entirely, federal funds that flow through WSDOT for us to do then grants for traffic enforcement of different varieties, speed wave, seatbelt, a little for ped bike, and so forth, OWI. Are we definitely been notified that we should expect less grant opportunities for traffic in the new year, or could either of you speak to why there is that reduction from current year budget to next year, or again, WSDOT grants?
I'm not familiar with it. I'm not sure if Chief Patterson is.
No, thank you, Chief. Alder, we are anticipating a reduction, and I can tomorrow get a summary as to which. I'm not certain tonight as to whether it's speed enforcement or pedestrian enforcement, but we were made aware there would be a reduction.
Oh, well, that's obviously unfortunate because that's been as a chief stated earlier, since we did away with the PM test team, that is the main opportunity for enforcement, since patrol is so busy, is through those grants. So I was hoping it was a mistake, but I guess not. And no rush, John, in getting me that. So I'd appreciate, in the coming days, if you can get that to me, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you, bringing that up. The governor's, we call it governor's highway safety grants, have always been good, especially around the OWI enforcement and using resources specifically dedicated to traffic and making sure that people who are impaired are not driving. And it is unfortunate that we will see a little bit of a reduction in that next year.
Thank you. And then one last area that admittedly is quite parochial to the core downtown area. and that's DSI. So Captain Hansen and others in the Central District have heard my frustration about this for a while now, but it really came to light when we had an OWI causing injury within minutes of DSI squad and barricades being removed after bar time off of State Street in the last couple months. And my frustration is, and I just wanted to air it out here publicly and with you two chiefs, is, and I think the world of DSI, I helped create it a million years ago, it seems like. And by the way, for those that don't know the acronym, that's the Downtown Safety Initiative. If any of your colleagues aren't remembering what DSI is. But anyway, the frustration is that the DSI, and I'm not blaming anyone for this, it's just the reality, but they almost always go 10, if they're not on an active call, you know, involving a call, an arrested person, whatever, they almost always seem to go 10:19 to 42 right at bar time, even though DSI technically ends at 3 a.m. with this volunteer overtime opportunity. And that's why I mentioned that OWI causing injury on Broome Street, Broome and Gorham, where literally it was within several minutes of DSI leaving and then no longer blocking the street with their squad and barricades as they do on weekend nights. That happened. I'm not in any way saying that happened because DSI went 42, but could you just help me, and we can take this conversation offline too, considering the hour, but is there any way you think that it's possible that DSI might be able to work routinely volunteer after that 3 a.m. time period? And I realize that might be impossible because so many of the volunteers are coming right up from another patrol shift to take that volunteer opportunity. But could either of you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I can certainly speak to it. You know, we often have issues filling that time. It's not the most desirable time, and it is all volunteer. That's the first thing. The second thing is, you know, I'm always careful not to confuse, you know, correlation and causation. And normally, when people want to grossly violate the law, whereas driving drunk in traffic or around people, they want to do it when the police are not there. And so I don't know if we backed it up to 4, if they would start driving at 4 because we're not there. I don't know that to be the case. But I would probably want to take some time to talk to Lieutenant Minard, who manages that program, and Captain Hansen to actually see. But I will say this, we have been on some very promising conversations with the mayor during our biweekly violence prevention meeting. We've talked about a series of things that we want to do in association with public health, in association with streets, that will signal the end of the night the next time it starts to get warm, including cleaning up the streets, street sweeping, things of that nature early. There are some plans also to move some of the street food vendors toward the mall and closing them down just a little bit early to get people on their way. So we're looking at more than just, you know, a police response to this problem. We're looking really as like a whole of government response to it. And I think we need a little bit of time to put the plan together and then to evaluate it. But I do think that's going to be part of the solution, is everyone kind of working together to send the signal that the bars are closing, and then those persons who need to leave need to leave. And if you are certainly intoxicated, you shouldn't be driving. And certainly for people who gather and get into little scuffles and things of that nature, we're going to work to send a signal that that's not okay and that it's time to move on. So we're looking at it from a more holistic approach. But yes, I do think that DSI is a very big part of that, and we are certainly appreciative to you for helping us to get that program up and running.
Thank you very much for that promising response, Chief. I appreciate it. I'm certainly familiar with the late night vending issue and movement in that area, but in terms of other areas of the problem solved, I haven't heard those details, and I look forward to hearing those. So thank you very much for that. And then just lastly, let me say on behalf of all of us, please extend to Teague our congratulations and best wishes.
We will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for police? If not, thank you, Chief. Thank you, JP. And yes, congratulations to Teague and family. All right, moving on to Public Works, starting with engineering. And our city engineer, Jim?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Finance Committee. Kathy Crine and Steve Dana Rivers are also with me tonight to help answer questions. Quick logistics question. Engineering has 4 separate operating budgets. Would you like me to present all of them at once, handle questions discussion all at once, or go through them individually?
No, let's go through them individually and pause for questions in between just for clarity.
Sounds great. All right, we will start with the engineering main budget. So our 2024 operating budget in engineering maintains our current level of services, focusing on these key areas being transportation programming and design, facilities programming and design, facilities operations and maintenance, environmental services, land mapping and management, and engineering technology. So the other budgets will kind of handle some of the other services in engineering. So to meet our 99% budget target, we're mostly focusing on salary savings through some streamlined processings through our public works contracting and some new software that we're working on implementing. Delaying filling vacant positions due to retirements or just employee turnover, and continuing to partner with our other colleagues in the Public Works Department to share resources and try to maintain some efficiencies there. Next slide, please. So some major changes with our engineering budget includes the creation of 1 full-time electrician trainee position. So this both creates a career path from our Green Power training program to full-time city employment, but also helps us to address some of our capital needs. We're making some pretty major investments in electrifying our systems, both vehicles, charging stations, installing solar panels on city facilities, and all that requires a lot of electrician work. And this work is very challenging for us to contract and get reasonable prices or even bids at all. So we've been doing a lot of this work in-house. And that work has primarily been done through the Green Power program, and it's been very successful to date. And we've got a lot more work coming in the future. So this full-time electrician trainee program will continue to help us address some of those capital investments along with some of our positional needs within the department. And then some additional reclassifications are included as part of this budget, which includes recreating an engineer 4 as a principal engineer to manage our private development group, recreating an architect 4 position as a principal architect to assist with management in our facilities group, and also an accountant 3 as an accountant 4 within our finance section, and an accountant 2 and architect 1 positions being recreated as accountant 3 and architect 2 positions as part of career ladder advancement opportunities. So I think the next slide is probably landfill. So I think that's it for a quick overview of the engineering main budget.
Thanks, Jim. Questions for engineering main? Going once. Going twice. Going on to landfill.
Just one slide for landfill. So our 2024 operating budget maintains our current level of service for maintaining and monitoring our 5 closed landfills with the goals of protecting public safety and the environment, using some of these closed landfill spaces for recreational use and additional native plantings and wildlife habitat, and assuring compliance, of course, with our DNR regulations. So this program or this budget is funded out of the landfill charge that shows up on resident utility bills, and we're not proposing any increases with those rates in 2024, as we currently have enough funding through the current rates and cash reserves to meet our 2024 budget needs. Just the one slide for landfill.
Okay. Any questions on landfill? Seeing none, what's next?
All right. Sewer utility, I believe. Yes. So our sewer utility is responsible for design, planning, inspection, maintenance of our sanitary sewer collection system, which includes a lot of miles of sewer main, 33 lift stations, and a lot of access structures, and conveying over 24 million gallons of water to the sewer treatment plant each day. So our budget for 2024 has a $4.2 million increase in purchase services. And this is mostly due to increased charges from the treatment plant. We're looking at a projected 13% increase from MMSD. These are estimates at this point in time as we get billed for our actual use through the treatment plant. So it is trying to kind of project into 2024 as best we can. And we coordinate with MMSD and getting down those estimates too, as much as we possibly can. And then we also have $259,000 in increased debt service from our 2022 sewer revenue bond sale, and two public works 4-person 1 positions being recreated as 4-person 2 positions as part of career advancement opportunities. And these 2 positions actually kind of oversee both operations work for the sewer utility and the storm sewer utility, so they're shared between the 2 utilities. Next slide. So in terms of a rate increase that we're looking at for the sewer utility, we are looking at a proposed rate increase of 9% with our budget, and that's approximately $3.08 per month for the average residential customer. Also, you may hear more about this from the water utility too, but the sewer utility is partnering as part of the Madison Customer Assistance Program to help reduce the burden of utility rates on residents with lower incomes. And this is a relatively new program, and we're going to do whatever we can to help make sure this is a success and continue to improve and expand that program into the future. I think that's it for sewer utility.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for sewer, Alderfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, can you talk about what's driving the 13% increase in MMSD charges to the extent that you're able?
Oh, maybe Steve has more information on that from the projected rates that he's gotten from MMSD. My sense is that's just increased costs for treating the sewage, as well as their increased capital cost too for work that MMSD has to do throughout the region. But maybe Steve has some more detail.
Really, that's about the level of detail of information I have as well. So I really can't offer any more detail on what's driving those rate changes.
I would note, Alder, that their board is a public body, so we could go digging into their board conversation or notes if you wanted to. And we also have a number of appointees on that board that we could ask questions of if you wanted.
And I think their budget is coming up at their board meeting next week, soon.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Revere.
Thank you. Hi, Jim. Just a follow-up to Alderfield's question. I've noted and you probably can't answer this, and it's too bad Greg Freeze couldn't be with us tonight. But I did note in the Dane County Cities and Villages Association weekly report that I think all alders receive, at least I've received it for many years, that they had, and they do a good summary of monitoring MMSD, that they noted that there has been concern raised by some of the jurisdictions about the proposed budget for next year at MadMet. I presume, though, that since you couldn't really respond, either you or Steve, to Alderfield's question, you wouldn't maybe know this, but and I hate to put Commissioner Rummel on the spot as she's one of our commissioners, along with Greg, but do you know of any concerns that the city has with the proposed budget as it relates to our ratepayers? There's apparently some other jurisdictions through their administrators, city managers, village managers administrators have conveyed.
So I think I can only really speak to general terms that there certainly have been concerns on our end too, just because they are proposing some fairly significant rate increases that we really have no option but to turn around and bill back to our customers too. So I think we're trying to do what we can to help monitor with the folks that we do have on their board. So it is a concern that we have, and it's I know they're trying to do some things both with their capital improvements and some energy savings there too, and it just kind of be monitoring and being mindful of the projects and things that they're proposing, and discussing that both with our board members that are on the MMSD board and also with the mayor too.
Yes, thank you very much. And it would be understandable if much of the increase is going to PFAS, but I don't know if that's the case. One innovation too that perhaps is helpful for our ratepayers is that I noticed that we did recently split out MMSD's charges in our sewer utility billing, and we correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but we make it clear now to our ratepayers that what the city is charging versus MMSD is charging. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct. And that was the intent of that too, because that's such a large portion of that sewer utility bill.
Yeah, and I think that we only started that this year.
I think that was this year, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions about the sewer utility? If not, Jim, is that stormwater then?
Yep. Stormwater is the last one. So in the stormwater utility, the main focus there is designing, maintaining, constructing, inspecting our stormwater system. So which includes pipes, culverts, inlets, greenways, a number of water quality things such as ponds, these bioinfiltration devices, etc., as well as our terrace rain garden program and things too. So the focus here is conveying stormwater, reducing flood impacts, and trying to improve water quality of the city's adjacent lakes and streams. And then also taking a look at climate change and building out resiliency too. So in our 2024 budget, we do have about a $341,000 increase in debt service for capital projects, as well as $675,000 increase in reserves generated to help fund some of those capital projects. I think for those that have been involved with some of our watershed studies and things going on throughout the city, some of these solutions to potential flooding that we have throughout the city are going to take some pretty significant capital investments now and into the future. So this is kind of taking a look at that with that in mind. And then similarly to the sewer utility, those two public works 4-person, one being recreated as 4-person 2 positions that are shared with the sewer utility are also part of the changes here with the stormwater utility. And next slide. So with the stormwater utility, we are proposing a 6% rate increase for 2024, which is about 70 cents per month for the average residential customer. And similar to the sewer utility, the stormwater utility is also a partner with the Madison Customer Assistance Program. I think that's all I have for the stormwater utility.
Thank you, Jim. Questions? Alder Wahila?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, for the sewage, who administer the budget for the increase? As we see that there's increase in sewage and also the stormwater, since there's no oversight for boards, who oversees the increase?
That would be the Common Council.
Okay, but did this come in front of the budget of the council, or that has to be for the
It's being
budget
proposed. It's being
Yes,
proposed.
it's being
Alder.
proposed as part of the budget right now.
Okay, and the council can either decline or accept the proposal, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just note that you can't not accept the increase without identifying where you'd cut the budget.
Yes, that
So,
brings
so
my
the budget as proposed anticipates the increase. So it is the council can amend
yes.
that and subsequently reduce the needed increase, but you can't just reduce the projected increase without cutting the budget.
I understand, but my question is, we have all these services increase, and I'm just wondering how we're going to justify to the residents, whether it's stormwater, whether it's water utility, whether it's all these things, and property tax increase. So I'm just wondering, how we can, justify those increases in services.
But that's part of the job of voting on the budget.
Thank you.
Other questions for stormwater? Seeing none. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, everyone.
We'll go on to fleet then. Superintendent Joyce.
Good evening, Mayor and Alders and everyone else. I'm actually going to hand it off to Rachel Darkin on our team, who knows the budget better than I do.
Good evening, everyone. There are a few changes in Fleet's 2024 operating budget that I'd like to go over, starting with how we address the street sweeper annual maintenance. Currently, the city pays over $300,000 to have a vendor perform the annual maintenance and inspection on our 10 street sweepers. And looking into those costs, we realized that we could probably bring this work in-house and perform the same maintenance at a lower cost for both our operating budget and our customers' budget. So to start, we will be doing 2 sweepers in our garage this winter, which should save us around $38,000 in 2024. Our goal working with streets is to increase the number of street sweepers that we maintain in-house each year, leading to increased savings over time, which I'll detail in a later slide. Next slide. There are a few position changes. This budget adds 1 fleet technician to our headcount. The more work that we bring back in-house, like the street sweeper maintenance, the more that we need to make sure our personnel count matches that workload. This budget assumes that we will hire the additional fleet technician mid-year at an estimated cost of $36,000. We have also reclassified the fleet program manager as the fleet chief of staff, and we are recreating a general supervisor position to the fleet acquisitions manager in order to better structure the work in the division. And the last slide, Christine. So all of the changes detailed in the previous slides are essentially cost neutral when you look at the savings of the sweeper maintenance program and the additional personnel costs. Overall, the goal for bringing the street sweeper maintenance in-house is to save the city money. This chart details how we're proposing to do that. And you can see the far right-hand column is the total savings that we would see in our operating budget, including the added personnel cost. We hope to speed this timetable up, if at all possible, but we want to make sure we do it in a sustainable way that keeps out of service for all of our fleet of vehicles and equipment to a minimum. And finally, you're probably used to hearing this from us at this point, but the auto industry is still experiencing high costs. The Consumer Price Index report in July noted that car maintenance costs have risen 20% over the last year, and we're not immune to that reality, but we are working hard to beat that number as best we can. And we keep looking at creative ways to increase efficiencies and without sacrificing the overall performance of the fleet. With that, we can take whatever questions you have.
Thanks, Mahanth and Rachel. Questions for fleet? Going one? Going twice? If not, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate you. And we will go on to parks. Superintendent Knapp. Oh, no, we have
It
Lisa
will be me
Lassinger.
tonight. Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm Lisa Lashinger, Assistant Park Superintendent. I will give a brief overview of the parks budget, and then I'll pause and do the golf budget after that. So starting out with our community services section, really what we've done here within our submission and within what's in the executive budget is right size and realign our expenses and our revenues with historic past within the community rec services. It reflects our changes in programming and partnerships with our costs of mostly personnel and some of our purchase services and supplies. So one of the biggest impacts here is within the aquatics programming. Several years ago, we did have a budget cut to our aquatics programming to beaches. However, this budget, as proposed, will essentially eliminate lifeguards at the beaches. And that's really based on the job market. It's been really difficult for us to fill all of the lifeguard positions that we need to fill to run the pool safely. We've done it, but this really eliminates any beach guarding. So I just want to be upfront about that. And then it also reflects our long-term partnership with MSCR. We've partnered with them over the last several years under our cooperative agreement with them to provide swim lessons at the pool. So there is a minor revenue implication there that's included in that right sizing, but it is overall providing consistent services to the community that we've been providing over the last several years. Moving on to the Warner Park Community Rec Center, what is proposed and what's in front of you is really aligning with our current programming needs there. We have the Kids Need Opportunity at Warner program that we run in partnership with the Madison Parks Foundation. So any changes that we've made there really align with what we're doing with the youth programming there. There was a need to make some adjustments to our supplies and services to reflect what's needed there. We've also realigned our revenues with our historic averages to make sure we're accounting for those properly. Moving on to Olbrich Botanical Gardens, we've increased our revenues and corresponding expenses in order to reflect our increased attendance. We had a record 340,000 attendance. We had a record 340,000 visitors last year, and this year the numbers are on pace to surpass that. We increased our transfer in. The executive budget increases our transfer in from restricted funds, and that's the room tax contribution, which the mayor spoke about earlier. And then really the team at Olbrich is continuing to focus on the implementation of their strategic plan that was newly adopted earlier this year. Next slide, please. Within park maintenance, there is an increase within our revenues, a very modest increase within the cross-country ski program. The other increase that you see in the executive budget is from our restricted funds that are both disc and dog park. So moving on, there's also an adjustment to a lease machine that we had. It was around $50,000, $55,000 that we were leasing. It was recognized as both a revenue and an expense, but we have now switched to the same procurement process that Fleet is using for the Bobcat leases. So that's reflected in our budget. We have an increase in hourly wages. This is tied directly to the community services change that I spoke about earlier. While we won't be guarding beaches, we're still ensuring that the beaches are cleaned and that the restrooms are opened at the beaches. And that's we're funding that within park maintenance because we've just found that it's a more efficient way for us to handle them. And then our purchase services within the executive budget are increased 31%, really to reflect the utility costs, the higher costs of water, and overall inflationary costs. So our plan within our park operations and maintenance is to continue focusing on providing safe and well maintained spaces, as well as really enhancing our sustainability and land management practices to the ecological restoration work that we're doing. And then moving on to our planning and development section, there was a slight change within our purchase services, and that's simply the parks taking on software licensing that had been previously in the engineering budget. But our park planning and development team will continue to prepare the capital improvement plan and develop and review park master plans and designs, as well as manage our park land records. Next slide, please. Now, just a very brief overview of any position changes. The budget in front of you does include one shared ranger and parking enforcement officer position. Parking enforcement will be talking about this when they give their update, but we're reducing reliance on hourly positions in both agencies and improving services to the community. We have a major turnover within our ranger positions on a yearly basis, the hourly positions, as does parking enforcement. So this brings the two positions together. The position would be in the two agencies together. Though the park position, the ranger portion would happen during the summer months. The parking enforcement position would happen, the position would move to parking enforcement over the winter months to really enforce that alternate side parking and allow Charlie to be able to do his job more efficiently by having the alternate side parking enforced. And then reclassification of the community services manager. It's currently an 1812 position to an 1814. That aligns more with our park operations manager and planning and development manager, and that's reflective of the additional duties and programming that position has taken on over the past several years. And then Old Brook Botanical Gardens, we're looking to recertify a gardener that's currently a permanent part-time 0.6 to a 1.0. That's a net neutral request that's funded in part by the increased revenue that I talked about at Old Brook earlier. So that's to meet the demands of increased visitors and the growth in garden responsibilities. And then within our planning and development section, we're looking to reclassify a vacant surveyor to a data analyst to really increase our analytical horsepower within the parks division. That will allow us to better use data in making our decisions and planning efforts. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Lisa. Questions for parks? Alder Vitever?
Just a question about the lifeguards at the beaches. So, and this is, I'm just going to be clear about my ignorance about city versus county. I know the counties have jurisdiction over the lake, but so is it that the city has jurisdiction over the land surrounding the lakes? And so, like, if there's a lifeguard, we're responsible for it? Muted.
Yeah, you're muted. There you go.
After how many years of this? I should have that figured out. Yes. We are responsible for the lands that we own that touch the water. So we have a handful of beaches that we've historically guarded. We have about, I should know the exact number, but about 15 beaches citywide. We don't guard them all the time. When we do have the guards, we tend to focus, over the last several years, we've tended to focus on our busiest beaches. But again, we haven't been able to get the staffing. There's been a national lifeguards shortage since the beginning of the pandemic. Part of that is because of the physical distancing and not being able to train staff. But there hasn't been a revived effort but there hasn't been a lot more interest in that, in having more in being able to attract lifeguards, this is what I should say.
So is there any concern for city liability for eliminating all of the lifeguards?
I can't speak from the risk management perspective, but we have, I understand that our obligation is covered in the way we've been managing the beaches. It's if you look at the total number of hours that we have the beaches guarded, there's a lot of time that people can be out there using the beaches without having the guards there when we have been able to staff. I will say that we encourage people to come and use the pool. If it's a matter of it being cost prohibitive, we have scholarships that we can offer. We also have splash parks that people can come and cool off on that are free, if they aren't able to safely use the beaches.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for Parks? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Lisa. Thank you.
Hello.
Presentation. I probably should have asked this of Kathy Cryan, but missed my opportunity, and I'll certainly ask this of the street superintendent. But could you give us the Parks Division perspective on how the Public Works Laborer Program has worked for your agency?
From all that I've heard, it's worked really well. As with anything in its first year, there's going to be hiccups. I haven't been super close to the program myself, given my current role and responsibilities. But if CJ Ryan's here on the call as well, and so is Charlie. So either of them can jump in to provide you feedback on that.
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks, CJ. Hi, CJ. And I'll certainly ask Charlie when we get to Streets Division.
Hi, I would echo what Lisa said, that this year has been about implementation. I will say that the teams have been working together very closely on a regular basis to work out the training and the operations that have been needed. But overall, it has been seen as a major improvement to how we've been doing our operations here.
That's great to hear. So everything's worked out well from Parks' perspective, it sounds like.
As always, the first year, I'm not going to say everything is going perfectly well. It's the first year. There are little things that we have to work out, but there's nothing that's insurmountable this year.
Can you remind me when this actually started its implementation? Were we able to get much
this spring?
So we didn't get any winter experience yet from it. This will be our first winter.
Yes, this will be the first winter.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Any other questions for Parks? If not, then thank you, Lisa. Thank you, CJ. And we will go on to Streets. Superintendent Romine.
We still golf. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Christine.
We still have the golf briefing. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Golf. Well, Charlie could probably do that too, but given his avocation, but no, we'll let Lisa do golf.
All right, I will keep this short and sweet. It's the golf enterprise budget. We're really looking. What's before you is a modest increase in revenue that's offset by all related expenses in order to maintain the program. We'll continue to operate as a 72-hole operation through the end of the 24 season. You all are familiar with the reconfiguration at Yahara. By the 26th season, we will be down to a 54-hole operation. So as far as personnel changes, we last year, as part of the adopted 23 budget, we did reclassify a golf clubhouse supervisor to a golf program supervisor. We are now seeking to classify that supervisor position as a director. We went through a recruitment earlier this year and it failed, and it was a signal to us that we didn't have the position classified at the correct range for what we're looking for. This person will be running over a $4 million business on an annual basis, managing a capital improvement plan as we work to reinvest in the program and make sure we have 54 holes of good quality golf that will be both environmentally and financially sustainable for decades to come. So they'll also have the oversight of the LTE crew that we're working to onboard currently. They all started in September. That team of four LTE people are working to make improvements on the courses. So this position is going to be critical in overseeing their work, and tying that together with all of the day-to-day operations. So they'll have oversight of both the clubhouse and the course operations, as well as the improvements. So they'll be definitely tasked with the further implementation of the task force on municipal golf's recommendations. So, and then there's always, we continue to share this message, ongoing concern with failing infrastructure, and this person and this budget that's laid out before you, it will be helping to address some of that, but without addressing the needs, it could impact our revenues in the future. We're still currently very much riding the COVID bump, and increases in play and increases in the game of the sport as a result of the pandemic. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Lisa, and apologies for trying to skip over golf.
Okay.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Lisa, quick question. So the activities and the programming that we are doing in Glenwood, is that all covered under the enterprise funds?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a small sponsorship from the Madison Parks Foundation this year. My goal, we've had a number of vacancies in golf this year. So my goal for this director position is to help build partnerships and try to work more closely with the Parks Foundation to get more sponsorships for that programming that we're doing. But we've done a monthly movie night and family fun night since May. Our last one is this coming Sunday. We've done a number of fitness activities. We've had Monday mornings at the Glen where anybody can come and walk the course and just enjoy it without golf happening. So we've continued to build and grow that programming, but this position and this budget does take that into consideration, and being able to grow and sustain that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Mayor. And my question is, in line with that youth program, Dell, I'm wondering if there has been an increase in the need for internship for the high school students to expand some of the programming, but also for them to be part of the, to be in the golf area.
Do you mean for them to work in the game of golf, or for them to learn how to play?
Learn and to work both lands.
Okay, so regarding play, we do partner with several different community partners. First, he is the youth programming branch that we work with. We have an agreement with them. They do programming for youth of all ages. So that's a good way for kids and youth to get into the game of golf. As far as an internship opportunity, we would certainly be open to exploring that. We hire a large number of hourly employees, and on the golf courses we can actually hire 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds for some of our clubhouse operations. But most all of our other positions need to be 18 and up. So there could be potential for, even if not internships, but for attendant jobs and other seasonal hourly employment opportunities.
Yeah, and that will be an opportunity to work with the MMSD for that opportunity. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for golf? If not, then now let us go on to streets.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Lisa. And Superintendent Romines?
Hi. So I can confirm I am in Myrtle Beach. 2 rounds of golf down, 3 more on the books. And my apologies. My Outlook email has crashed out in the last couple of days, so I'm trying to get that resurrected here while I'm gone. So if anyone has any important emails or things that I need to be aware of, I'm not getting that yet. Like I said, in contact with IT to try and get that figured out. So meantime, please call me, text me, or you can work through either of the Streets Division, Brian's Hutch or Brian Johnson, and they know how to get a hold of me as well. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And again, I'm working just off the phone here, so my apologies. But the Streets Division 1% budget reduction is $278,000. We, by virtue of our size, are also subject to the higher level of salary savings, which is 4%. Perhaps unlike other groups in the city, over the last 6 or 7 years, we've unfortunately had no issue attaining 4% salary savings. In fact, if we could get it down to that number next year, that would be a win for us. As far as any reductions we might need to make beyond salary savings, we're, to be quite honest, kind of hedging the bet until we get into the first quarter of next year, see how winter treats us, see how many retirements we have, and where our salary savings come through. So we will we'll monitor that. We certainly cannot get to the 4% salary savings number and 1% without impacting services. So we will keep that in mind and be in communication as we move through the year. No supplemental requests were asked for, and none were given. And we'll get in here in just a second to our special charges that the Streets Division manages. I think a highlight here is if the budget is passed here related to the resource recovery special charge as proposed, appliance sticker fees would be eliminated for folks who pay that resource recovery special charge. Those sticker fees can range from anywhere from $5 to $30 or $35. So they have a pretty big impact. So that revenue that we have got from those sticker sales in the past has been included in the special charge. Speaking of our special charges, our urban forestry special charge rate will increase by 11.5% this year, or $731,000. That's largely, essentially completely driven by two things. One, fleet charges going up. Most of that is through a reallocation by finance and how fleet charges were being allocated to the special charge. That was being, I think, underdone for a while, and so that has been corrected. So this should not be a new trajectory, but it's instead, my understanding is making it right going forward and reflecting what is real. And then also the staffing costs for urban forestry. So that's going to take the average bill up 75 cents to just over $7. And I will say, while there's specifically no new services for that increase from urban forestry special charge, that for those out there who love forestry, that's not to say nothing is happening in forestry. We have our new inventory being uploaded by the Davey Tree Company into our new GIS Tree Keeper. I think we're almost up to 10% of that being updated. My hope is next year around this time when we're talking, if that hasn't been completed, we're going to be very close to having a date of completion. Our arborists already have the tough books, so they're already keeping that inventory and information live as they prune a tree, plant a tree, remove a tree. So that database going forward will be kept live in almost real time. And so the goal here is this is the last real full city inventory we need to do for trees, because we'll keep that live going forward. And there will be a portion of that information that we will flip over so the public will be able to see up-to-date information about terrace trees. So that will be a nice improvement. Also, we are expecting to have more information soon, but a grant on where essentially our forestry group will be mentors and teaching job skills on the job training for Operation Fresh Start in exchange for receiving trees the 2-inch plus or minus caliper that we typically plant, those trees will allow us to continue to further to plant trees in our non-accessible sites. We started that this past season with over 100 trees going into non-accessible sites. These are sites that can accept a tree, but we've never had anyone to assess for that initial planting. So we look forward to seeing that program to continue. And with the inventory being running concurrently with that, we are learning new sites with every weekly data dump that we can go out and check for future planting as well. So the timing of that's quite good. And then also we are in the spring going to be installing a Missouri gravel bed. And so we will be growing several hundred of our own trees for the first time. So pretty interesting and exciting. I know our staff is very excited for that. Our new city forester, Ian Brown, has extensive experience with that. Sold me on the idea, and so we're pursuing that with capital money previously approved through the UFTF initiative. So just because there's nothing operationally that we're pointing out here that's going on new in forestry, there's a lot working in forestry. Next would be the resource recovery special charge. Net, we're looking at that going up 15 cents this year from 408 to 423. I say net because there's a lot of moving pieces here. There's a 63-cent reduction because of positive recycling revenues. So we're in our second year with Pelletary in this current agreement. The recycling markets, although not as robust as they were in the past couple of years, continue to be in our favor. So we are applying basically a fund balance with Pelletary towards this to bring that rate down. And then we are looking at increasing that rate 41 cents to allow us to eliminate the appliance stickers, as we've mentioned before, and then 8 cents to allow for us to fund the continuation of a couple of food scrap drop-off sites that the previous 2 years have been funded through a federal grant that's coming to the end around now. So we want that has been well received and popular, and so we wanted to see that program continue. And then lastly, 29 cents to replace eligible general fund costs with resource recovery charge revenues, the tune of $250,000 to allow us to continue to allow or provide for our public drop-off sites in the same manner we have the last couple of years. Christine, you want to flip that forward? So median maintenance, for those of you may recall that the mowing and trimming of the medians was transferred in this current budget year from parks to streets. Parks continues to maintain the planted beds. I think as Lisa and CJ intimated, I think that has been very much a success. Quite honestly, knowing what I remember from parks, summer is a very busy time of year for them. And so allowing that median maintenance to come over to us allows for some really good kind of counter program to our busiest time of year, which started last week and will run for about 6 months. So essentially what it's allowed us to do is supplement the laborers we got to help with this task with some of our other full-time staff. And so it has worked very well. Our maintenance shops are keeping the mowers up and running and are happy to have the work. And so it's gone quite nicely from a streets division perspective. The laborers, as I mentioned, have been, from a streets division perspective, an unmitigated success. We are currently full. We got our first laborer started in May and got up to full boat in June and have maintained basically right about 9 or 10 people right on through. We've had, I think, 2 of them promote, which is great. That's what it's there for, when people come in and have success. And so I think this is something that we can look at to a model for the future as well. We did not ask for additional laborers for this budget cycle, but something I think we should look at in the future. We wanted to give it a full year to run and see how well we're able to use them jointly for winter maintenance, that being sidewalks, bus stops, ice rinks, cross country skiing, and that type of thing. I think there's a lot of opportunity for these types of labor positions to be successful, and both for them, for the city, and for themselves personally, professionally. And we're off to a very nice start there. The last thing I wanted to point out, we have a city that is growing and more people want to live here. And our trash and recycling routes are getting to a point where I think we're going to have to take a hard look at addressing those in a very near upcoming budget. Those of you know, we redistricted a year ago, and we're hoping to be able to make the current number of staff and equipment we have last longer. When I came to streets a little over 5 years ago, we did pull 6 trucks out. Those are all back and more now. And we are adding several hundred new addresses every year, and it is only accelerating. And those are the addresses we service, and that does not include the town. The town of Madison obviously was a very large bump, kind of a one-time, one-off, but we are projecting close to 400 new addresses we're servicing this year. And again, it's showing no signs of abating. So it's becoming very difficult for the staff, very difficult for the equipment. And so I'm just planting a seed that that's something we're going to have a very strong talk about in a very near budget. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Charlie. Questions for streets? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Charlie. Thanks for joining us from your vacation. We appreciate it. You obviously covered well the question that I asked our colleagues in the Parks Division about how the public works labor program is proceeding. It sounds like you have absolutely no concerns whatsoever moving into the first winter of that program. You think everything will continue to work exceptionally well?
Zero concern.
That's great. I'm glad you obviously deserve a lot of credit for proposing this. So I'm glad to hear that you're super optimistic that things will be going so well. When I saw your agency budget request, when it came in, I of course was worried about the drop-off sites and the fact that we've had to have operating budget amendments for that the last few years. But just to confirm what I think I've read in the executive operating budget and what you just presented, now 100% of the costs of the drop-off sites and the existing hours as we know them will be funded entirely from the special charge under this proposal moving forward. And in 2024, there would be no change in hours or days whatsoever.
So I want to be clear. So for the drop-off sites, about 30% of our costs to administer the drop-off sites are eligible for resource recovery charge revenues. That's because we can't use resource recovery, RRSC revenues, to offset anything that gets landfilled. And so about 35% of our costs for the drop-off sites are associated with recycling. So that 29 cents that we're adding to the resource recovery charge is allowing for a quarter, the eligible portion of our current drop-off site costs of $250,000 to be moved from the general fund onto the resource recovery charge. And so what we're proposing there is that shift would then allow us to, within the broader budget, keep the drop-off sites operating as they have really the last 2 years for next year. So without the need of any budget amendments or anything of that nature. So it doesn't, but if I understand you right, it doesn't shift the full cost of the drop-off sites onto the resource recovery charge. We can't do that, but it shifts the eligible costs over and allows us to have the budget room to keep those sites operating in 2024 as they have the last couple of years.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Yes, that's important. we have to comply with the state law, and and obviously we can't. We're only funding recycling with the special. Absolutely. Thank you for that. But more importantly, I'm happy that the 99% reduction obviously will not impact the hours as we've come to know them the last 2 years of the drop-off sites, correct?
That's my anticipation, yes.
Very good. And then moving on to some of the other innovations that you propose that are in the budget, the discontinuation of the stickers. Is that stickers all the way across the board? So even if I have an electronic that, of course, is not collected at the curb, but has to be taken to a drop-off site where the Samsung and Universal Recycling Technologies have generously covered that this year, that we won't have stickers for anything whatsoever moving forward in the new year under this budget proposal?
If you are a resource recovery special charge payer, you will not need to pay stickers for stickers moving forward. That revenue has been covered. If you are not a resource recovery special charge payer, you would still need to pay the sticker fee.
Okay, so your staff will still have to not only administer the stickers, but I guess mostly hourlies at the drop-off sites will have to perhaps be more vigilant than they often are in terms of proving residency. And so, for example, where I reside in a condominium with waste management service, I presume, although I don't see it because it goes to the condo management company, that my condo does not pay that special charge because we have the private service with waste management for recycling and refuse for that matter. So I, as in that situation, would have to still purchase a sticker to bring my television or computer monitor to a drop-off site.
If you brought it in as an individual, yes. Now, businesses are already, as you're aware, I'm sure, already forbidden by state law from using the drop-off sites. So it really just comes down to, if there is a resident who does not pay the RRC, who brings it in as an individual, they would have to pay. It won't be perfect, but there aren't. The vast majority of our sticker sales go to people who also are paying the recovery charge.
I believe that,
Well over, close to 95%.
Yes. And not to keep on the electronics for too long beyond this question, is the Samsung URT program continuing in the new year or not? For those that don't pay the special charge next year.
So we were told they would do it for 2 years. It was committed to for 1. So we are not 100% sure if they will do it next year. We are anticipating they will, but we don't have a dotted line commitment yet. So, but we are anticipating they will. They told us they had planned on doing it for 2 years, but committed for 1.
Okay. And there won't be a need for a budget amendment even if we get bad news from them, or would you need a budget amendment if we have?
No.
Or we would just revert to the stickers for those that aren't paying the special charge, and that would be covered, and you wouldn't need a budget amendment.
That's correct. I wouldn't anticipate needing one.
Okay, very good. And certainly anecdotally, as it relates to discontinuing the stickers generally, I see illegally dumped tires more often than I'd like. So you're optimistic that over time we won't see as many illegally dumped tires throughout the city, and so if we discontinue the charge?
I think one of there's 2 big benefits, I think, to moving away from sticker fees and onto the resource recovery special charge. One, if you're someone who is living paycheck to paycheck, absorbing 15 cents a month and not having to pay $20, $30, $35 to get rid of an appliance the proper way when the time comes is, I think, a win. But secondarily, there's virtually, I can't come up with a good reason why people want to illegally dump in the city anymore. Just put it at your curb and put in a work order. You've already paid for it. Why take it beyond your terrace? We'll come get it. Just put in the work order. So the reason people would dump stuff in a park or in a ditch or drag it around the corner, like I can't fathom why they would do that. It's already been paid for. Put in the work order, set it to your curb, and we'll come get it, or take it to the drop off site if that's your preference.
Sounds good to me. Well, thanks very much, Charlie. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver.
Charlie, you talked about the tree planting in non-accessible, not accessible, but accessible areas. And my question is how much carbon offset is that adding? So, when we have to take out trees for construction projects and things like that, like how much are we offsetting the carbon sequestration from those more mature trees by doing what you're doing?
So you're saying when mature trees are removed?
Well, so you were talking about that you were planting these small trees in areas that we can't assess, that we can't charge them for.
Misunderstanding. I didn't communicate clearly. So we have these non-accessible sites that don't have trees because we've not assessed the adjacent property owner, either because that part of the city was grandfathered in before we could assess, or perhaps over decades it slipped through the cracks, what have you. So the Missouri gravel bed allows us to plant very small trees in the gravel bed. They grow over the course of the season to a mature, around 2-inch caliper. So when they go out and they're planted, they're the same size of what we plant now. They'll be in that 2 to 2.5 inch range. So basically, we're taking them as saplings and growing them up to around 2 inches, and then taking them out and planting them. So if I'm adjacent to that tree, I won't notice any difference for what we've planted for time and eternity, or if it was something that was put in a Missouri gravel bed. It will be the same size tree when it goes out to the terrace. This allows us to do more bare root, which typically establishes better and starts to grow quicker. It's easier on staff's backs to plant more bare root, and it should drive some of our costs down for planting the size trees we plant, like everything else that's going up. So this should not be anything like the tree that goes in the ground ultimately should look no different to the resident who's adjacent to that tree than what we've planted time in memoriam.
Okay, so I think I'm not following then the piece about what's special about the non-accessible areas.
Sure.
The difference is that we used to we would only plant a tree if we could assess it to the adjacent property owner.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. This year was the first time we've moved off that.
Because trees.
Right.
Any other questions for parks? Or excuse me, streets, trees.
Or golf, or whatever.
Whatever. It's late, people. Seeing no other questions for streets. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And that will take us to water.
Good evening, Mayor and Alders, and here.
Excellent. Krishna, go ahead.
This evening, I'll split the honors with Jen Rivang, our Finance and Administration Manager, who will make the presentations. And I promised her that I will take the questions if there are any, hoping there would be none 9 to 10. So that January.
Thanks, Krishna. Good evening, everyone. I'm January, the Water Utility Finance and Admin Manager. The water utility is presenting a $58.6 million executive operating budget for 2024. This is comprised of $28.1 million for operations and maintenance, $18.9 million for debt service, and $6.4 million for pilot, totaling $47.1 million of operating expenditures. In addition, we are planning to transfer $5 million of expense depreciation to our capital budget for water main replacement, $5 million to pay off our 2019 ban, which matures next year, generating the water utility a $1.5 million fund balance. We've also included an operating fund balance summary showing 2022 actuals, 2023 estimates and 2024 executive, you will see an increase in water revenue, flat operating expenditures, and capital funding for these 3 years, leaving the water utility with an estimated 1.7 million fund balance at the end of 2024. Next slide, please. Some of our main highlights, with the most current approved PSC rates effective March of this year, we implemented a 2-year customer assistance pilot program, Madison Customer Assistance Program, or MADCAP for short, to assist with municipal service bills. This is the first program of this kind in Wisconsin. Current enrollment data is provided here as of September. But moving along, we also anticipate paying off our 2019 ban, as previously mentioned. So then at the end of 2023, we would have reduced our water utilities debt down to about 200 million, which is about $83 million of reductions within 6 years. And then lastly, our position request for 2024 is for a customer service representative, 1, which is to assist with increased customer interface. So with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, January. Questions for water? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Krishna and January. First, welcome, January, to your first water presentation. Certainly Parks
Thank you.
Division's losses, water's gain. Glad you stayed with the city, or as the mayor calls it, Team City. Anyway, my first question is, in the agency request, I remember reading that the need for the additional customer service representative is because of Munis and the utility, payments conversion to the Tyler Technologies platform that occurred many months ago now. Can you or Krishna explain why that has caused, and will continue to cause in the new year, the need for more customer service?
I'll take that, Alder. Great question. So a couple of things are at play for this new position. One, Crystal Dollard, who is our customer service manager, she has about 10 employees under her. So it's tied to the level of service. We would like to respond to all the incoming calls and emails in a very prompt manner. Sometimes that gets stretched, and sometimes Crystal has to jump in to help the other customer service representatives. So if we get a new position, Crystal can focus on the managerial and supervisorial aspects of her job, and our response time will increase. So it's not directly tied to just the Tyler conversion, but generally to improve our general level of service. That's also part of the equation.
Very good. And so hopefully that's more of the need, not because I realize that folks had to do a lot. We asked our customers to do a lot when the conversion occurred, unfortunately, and I'm sure you were overwhelmed with the call volumes at the time, but I had hoped that those have now long leveled off. So it really is just for better service. It's not because those volumes have continued.
You're right, Alder.
Okay, very good. And then I just wanted to, make the observation as to the power of Mother Nature, obviously, as it affects your budget. Am I reading the budget projection correct for charges for service, that I presume largely because of the drought we've experienced this year, your projected charges for service are multiple millions of dollars in excess of what was predicted at this time last year? Do you want to speak to that? Is that really 100% Mother Nature, or are there other factors at play?
There is one other factor at play, Alder. We got the approval for a rate increase from the PSC.
Oh, yes, of course.
So that's what is driving it primarily. And when we submitted the budget for 2023, since the rate increase was not in effect, we didn't project that. We couldn't, because it was not a fact at that point in time. So this increase is after the fact correction of the number. And the rates went into effect on 1st of March this year, 2023.
Thank you. And you said this time last year, or I should say, when we adopted your budget in November of last year, we had no idea when the PSC would allow us to implement that rate case. And so we didn't anticipate really anything.
Yes, only because the PSC approved it in December, and we couldn't speculate, we couldn't speculate a number and add to it. And at least that's the rigor we follow. We wait for the actual approval to come in, and then we reflect those changes in the numbers. That's the practice we follow, because we are not entirely sure how much, if at all, they would approve.
And is most of that increase due to the rate case or to the demand?
Rate case primarily, because the demand has not been that dramatically different from a normal year. The drought did help a little bit, but not all that much. And also, one important factor of this bump is the approval of what we call the expense depreciation component. So there is a $5 million annually, $5 million built into our rate base annually to specifically fund replacement of pipeline projects. So that's a big bump of $5 million that will not be used for operations. That has to be legally required to be used for replacement of pipes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it to both of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Haley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Alder Vivier asked some of my questions, but I want to just ask Krishna. First, January, welcome. I was on the board water utility for 2 years and really inspired by Krishna's leadership. So my question is, as Alder Vivier asked, knowing that the water utility board, water utility department has surplus, why there's always an increase in the water utility services? And maybe the PSC is they determine the increase, but since sometimes you have, as the department, you have a surplus, like Alder Vivier asked, why such a big increase?
Great question, Alder. Christine, can you put up the first slide, please? That would help me answer the question. If you could. Perfect, thank you. As you can see, Alder, for our estimated ending fund balance for 2023 is a meager $200,000. So we don't have a surplus at the water utility to begin with. That's $200,000. And the next year, we are projecting $1.7 million of ending fund balance. As a utility, we are required at least to maintain 3 months of our operational expenditures as a reasonable kind of a reserve. We are far short of that. So there isn't a surplus. The other element is we need to generate sufficient revenues or difference between our operational expenditures and our total revenues to fund our capital expenditures. So the $5 million isn't a surplus, but that's used for replacing pipeline. And also, while you were on the board, you remember that we had borrowed $20 million in 2019, and that needed to be repaid by November of 2024. How do we repay $20 million over 5 years if we don't have sufficient rate support to make that repayment back? So these are the moving factors. So in a sense, and as the numbers depict, we do not have a surplus. We ought to have at least 3 months of our expenditures as reserve, but we don't even have that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for water? If not, thank you, Krishna and January.
Thank you.
And that is the last of our agencies for tonight. So tomorrow we will reconvene at 4:30 and go through the rest of the briefings. And I would entertain a motion to recess.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to recess. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are recessed. We'll see you all tomorrow.